We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good morning and welcome to the SSL Gold Cup Finals series, the Football World Cup in sailing. Today is day 3 of the 16th of the finals here at Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. And on our overall leaderboard, we see the top 3 fleets all tied at 7 points. So in fleet number 1, we have Chile. Fleet number 2, we have Tahiti. Fleet number 3, South Africa. But the leader of the leaders is Lithuania in fleet number 4 with 8 points. The forecast for today is about 7 knots. We should see the wind out of the east and then moving slowly towards the north as the day progresses. But that's it for me right here out on the water. Let's go to Raquel and see who she finds on the dock.
Buenos dias, Jan. We're back at the village. It's day 3 of this 16th of finals, and I'm with Shannon Falcone from Team Antigua and Bermuda. Shannon, lucky loser last week. How is it going this week? But lucky loser after an amazing start, I have to say.
Yeah, no, we had a good first round. Made it through. There was some changes in countbacks and so on, but team was glad. We sailed well initially, got a bullet straight out of the bag, and then followed by second, and then tapered off. We didn't do well in the medal race. Started this round, super difficult conditions, still super light, a lot of swell. Just got to keep the boat moving, and just haven't had any breaks really. All the teams are sailing well. Doing our debriefs and reviewing our stuff. We're sailing around the course cleanly, maneuvers are clean, and so on. It's just finding that pressure and. I think just keeping the pressure on, and it's all about peaking at the right time. So, kind of like Bermuda did in the first round, where they had a slow start and then led to the finish in the points race. That's what our aim is in the next 2 days.
Well, the story of Team Antigua and Bermuda, it's very nice because there are some America's Cup winner, not just sailors like yourself, but there are some very young and kind of new to sailing Antiguan people, right? Antigua sailors.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely, I haven't actually done the math, but I'm pretty sure if you take me off the boat, even with me on the boat, we are the youngest team by far. I think the average age of the people on board is between 18 and 22 years old, and that's across the whole crew. So it's really cool for them to be racing against other legends in the sport, Olympic sailors, medalists and so on, and showing that in Antigua there's a really good program in sailing and big boat sailing as well. The conditions are always great down there, and so there's a lot of talent coming out of a really little island.
Yeah, so I guess a part of this youth training, let's call it, it's a debrief at night, and I see you're holding on to a camera, an action camera that you put on board, and what do you use it for? Yeah,
no, we have our onboard cameras so that basically, we use the live feed as well to go back and get a bigger picture, but the onboard is basically to help in our debriefs go through, because we can hear the comms on board as well. Communication is a really big factor in decision making and how things happen. So, one of my things is just basically showing these young guns what goes into continuously striving to improve every day. That's the biggest part of it. Yeah, having fun, but ultimately it's about being able to analyze your mistakes and learn from them and keep improving.
Are you enjoying this new role in your life?
Yeah, no, it's fun. As in, I've known a lot of these kids since they started sailing opties when they were 7, 8 years old. So it's actually really fun to be sailing with them. A lot of them are getting into the sport professionally, so it's just my way of sort of giving back and enjoying it.
Thank you, Shannon. Thank you, everybody. Back to you, Jan. And, well, let's see how day 3 unfolds.
Exactly.
Hello and welcome back to this, the second day of the 16th of the finals here at the SSL Gold Cup Finals Series. First race of the day saw Fleet 4 doing their second race. Lithuania got off to a good start, slowing everybody down. Lithuania stayed out in front on the second upwind mark. Drama for Team Canada as they get penalized for a bowsprit and hoisting situation. Lithuania finished first in front of Slovenia, then Canada and Japan. The overall points standing in fleet number 4 after 2 races. Lithuania in the lead with 8 points, followed by Canada with 5, Slovenia with 4, and Japan with 3 points. In the second race of Fleet 1, we saw Chile and Estonia getting the best start. Estonia shutting the gate and Austria and Malaysia having to go around. Even though Malaysia had to go around, they fought hard and made a great comeback, finishing in 3rd place. Chile got out in front, stayed in front, and finished first. Estonia finished 2nd and Austria 4th. So in Group 1, after 2 races, Chile is leading the pack with 7 points. Malaysia is in 2nd with 6, followed by Estonia with 5 points, and Austria with 2. Fleet 2 saw an absolutely crazy start. Finland was much too early. They had to go around and come back on a port tack. They had to duck behind everybody, and at the same time, Tahiti and Hungary fought it out as Tahiti barely made it across in front of the pin end boat. Protest flags flew, but no penalty was awarded. Hungary managed to stay out in front and passed the line first. Finland was in 2nd place for much of the race, but Tahiti, out of nowhere, just like a ghost ship, managed to make a comeback, crossed the line in 2nd place, as Finland had to put in 2 more jives just before the end. The overall results in this fleet number 2. In 1st place, we have Tahiti with 7 points. 2nd place, Hungary with 6 points. 3rd, Bermuda with 4. And in 4th place, Finland with 3 points. Race 2 of Fleet 3 saw a very eventful start. Croatia was too early on the start and had to go around, leaving the Republic of South Africa, Antigua and Bermuda, as well as Portugal, a clear start. The Republic of South Africa played it safe and went off to the right-hand side, taking the lead and passing first at the windward mark. As they got closer to the gates, tension started rising as Portugal was able to put in a low mode, having more wind. South Africa had to put in their high mode, and Portugal managed to bring down South Africa's lead down to only 100 meters. In the end, the Republic of South Africa stayed out in front, crossed the finish line first, and put 4 points onto the tally. The overall results in this fleet number 3 after 2 races: Republic of South Africa with 7 points, Croatia with 6, Portugal 5, Antigua and Bermuda 2. And that's all the racing for today. And that was race number 2 for all 4 fleets. Remember, we'll be back tomorrow morning, 10:30 local time, for the SSL Gold Cup Finals Series, the Football World Cup in sailing. Hello, and we are back here on day number 3 of the 16th of the finals. Before we get out onto the water, let's go and take a quick look at our match board. Here we are, the 16th of the finals. So right now we have fleet number 3 that will be out there sailing first. So that's the Republic of South Africa, Portugal, Croatia, and Antigua and Bermuda. Let's take a look at the team lineups here. So on the top left-hand side, South Africa, the team Ubuntu, SSL ranked number 40, weighing in at 725 kilograms. Number 9 is the captain, Ian Ainsley. To the right of him, Team Portugal, the Navigators, SSL ranked number 22, team weighing in at 726 kilos, team captain, Joao Rodriguez. Bottom left-hand side of your screen, Team Croatia, the Turnst, SSL ranked number 15, team weighing in at 691 kilos. That's our lightest team of this fleet number 3. The leader of that team and captain is Tonči Stepanovic. Bottom right, Antigua, the Rum Runners, SSL ranked number 34, weighing in at 725 kilograms. Captain of the team, number 10, Shannon Falcone. And now let's take a look and let's listen in to the team national anthems. And those were the national anthems of the teams that are currently out onto the water. So let's take a look at who's on board each one of these boats. Here on Team South Africa, of course, we have at the helm Ian Ainsley, which is the captain of this boat. We have number 18 tactician Mark Sadler, who has a gold medal. He is a world champion in the Swan 50 and the offshore class. Number 16 as the main trimmer, David Ray. He is also a world champion in the J22 class and has already participated in the Olympics. So those are the top guys on Team South Africa. Let's move on to our next team, which is Team Portugal. So in this team Portugal, we have actually two guys that have bronze medals in the Olympics. That would be the tactician and the trimmer. So tactician Hugo Rocha and the trimmer Nuno Barreto. A lot of the other guys sailing on this boat have world championship titles. For example, we have Bernardo Plantier, who is world champion in the star class. Pedro Costa, who is an Olympian. Mariana Lobato, which is world champion as well in the match racing world. She sailed in the Elliott 6 meters class. And she's been to the Olympics. And of course, Joao Rodriguez, world champion, him in windsurfing. And of course, we also have Felipe Silva, who has a silver medal at the World Championship in the Finn class. So a lot of medals on this boat and also some Olympic experience. Let's move on to our next team, which is Team Croatia. Let's start with the captain of the team, Tonči Stepanovic, which is the number 8. He is at the helm. He is a 2-time silver medalist at the Olympics. He is a laser specialist, so coming in from small boat racing. And on the main trimmer, we have Darko Hajdinjak, who is a world champion in match racing. So Olympic experience on this boat as well as match racing world championship experience. Let's keep it moving. Let's go on to the next team, which is Barbuda, Antigua and Barbuda, excuse me. The main trimmer on the mainsail right there is Shannon Falcone. He is America's Cup winner, and he is currently in his 7th participation as the America's Cup. He's also very interesting because his team is very young, and he's been training all of his sailors, as you perhaps have heard earlier when we interviewed him, when Raquel interviewed him. We have, for example, the grinder, Tristan Lawrence. He's won the Continental Games, so those in the RORC fleet. We also have a tactician, Rocco Falcone. He's a silver Continental Games. He has a silver medal at the Continental Games in the 69F series. And now that 69F series, that's a new foiling boat. It's a small foiling boat. So a lot of younger generation on this boat, all led by very experienced Shannon Falcone, America's Cup winner. So those are the teams that we have right now. Let's take a look at the race course as we before we go out onto the water. And I'm just hearing actually that we have a race committee which will be putting down the orange flag in just a moment. So we've got a little bit of time. We've got a great clip for you guys before we get out onto the water and we take a look at what's happening out there. This clip is about the helmsman position, and you're just about to have the interview of some of the most important and best helmsmen in the world. So take a look at this clip.
My name's Tom Slingsby and I'm the helmsman of Team Australia. I'm working with our trim team to try to make the boat go fast, also helping a bit with tactics and positioning on the racetrack.
My name is Robert Scheidt. I'm the captain of Team Brazil and my position is the helmsman. A lot of the times, because he has the boat on his hands, then it's easier for him to make some judgment calls of when to accelerate, when to push the boat.
Generally, I don't have too much to say on where we're going, but I'm working with Matt Belcher on the tactic. He's giving me a lot of information, and then I'm making the decision if we go with that or not.
My name's Ian Williams. I'm the team captain for Team GBR and also the helmsman. Yeah, so the helmsman drives the boat using the wheels here. We have 2 wheels, one on each side, so we change sides each time we tack and jibe.
I can sometimes also go to the leeward wheel to have a look at the jib, a look at the opponent, where the opponent is, because a lot of times the opponent will be behind our sails.
And we almost always steer helm from the side closest to the wind, which is the high side on the boat.
Yeah, the steering wheel works just like a car. It's pretty simple.
The island of Gran Canaria. Wow, this place is absolutely beautiful. And so is the water and the conditions right now. The boats are out. They're out on the water and they are ready. So let's take a look here at the weather forecast. Approximately 7 knots. Wind is currently out of 10 to 20. So that's north-northeast. Currently, it is sunny and 24 degrees. We have 5 minutes that are before we get started. Let's take a look at the race course. So off onto from the starting line, attack off the first windward beat, around Mark 1, then the offset, and down to the famous gate, where they can choose either one of those gates, go left or right. They then tack back up to mark number 3, the offset, and down to the finish. Let's take a look at that again here on the course. So first windward beat, up and around the windward, mark the offset, then it's spinnakers down, take down the spinnakers down at the gates where we've seen a lot of action so far, then it's back up, hoist the spinnakers, and come all the way back down to the finishing line. So 2 laps. We are 4 minutes and 54 seconds away from the start in this fleet number 3, Republic of South Africa, Portugal, Croatia, Antigua, and Bermuda, all duking it out. There's the race committee boat right there. As you see, the orange flag, which indicates the starting line. Underneath that, we have the Star Sailors flag, which actually says that we are the Star Sailors fleet that is sailing. And then on the race committee course, you may see that LA2 that tells us what course we will be sailing. as we have a number, of course, that are possible. Our match officials, the regatta director, very important man on that, and he's on that boat dressed in red. Paul Hutton, Ash Kenny, as well as our principal race officer, Ricardo Navarro. We have an international race officer, Ariane Maynamar. She is also on that boat right there. We have the jury there, and now those guys there are on the small motorboats. So we have the chairman, Andrus, coming from Estonia. We have Paco Guiaron. We have Gonzalo Heredia. And also we have Neven Baron, as well as Luigi Bertini from Italy. So those are our officials out on the water right now. The race officials, they are dressed in red. They are on the race committee. So they decide on where and how long the race course is, whether they move it left or right. And the jury, well, they don't have anything to say in terms of the race course, but they do make the decisions to see if any rules are broken as the teams sail. So those are the responsibilities of our officials. Now, let's go on to the boats, as here we are on board with Team Croatia. Just a couple more minutes left before the start, 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Now let's see what happens, because yesterday we did see some teams coming a little bit too quickly to the starting line and actually getting that timing not quite correct, having to turn around and take a late start. So provisional overall for this fleet. After 2 races, South Africa in the lead with 7 points, followed by Croatia 6, Portugal 5, Antigua and Bermuda down on 4th place with 2 points. 2 minutes left as we are on board to the South African boat right now. You see all the boats sort of following one another, keeping each other in check. Now we should be seeing the starting line sort of off the right-hand side of your screen right there. So now the question is, who will be able to get the best start? And by best start, generally we mean the person who is able to cross the line as close to the 0 as possible with the maximum amount of speed. So that is what we are looking for. Currently, we have Antigua and Bermuda furthest out to the right. Now, that can give them a couple options should the 3 other boats decide to start battling and duking it out. But the strongest position here is currently where we see Team Croatia. That is the most leeward boat right here that we're on board. So they have the right of way because they are the leeward boat. They can decide to stop everybody if they so wish to. Now, as you see just behind Team South Africa right there, we have Antigua and Bermuda, also leeward of South Africa. So they're pushing them in. You see the starting line right there is between the 2 boats. So that's not a very big starting line. As a matter of fact, that starting line is only 1.5 boat lengths. So 4 times 1.5 boat lengths. That is the length of the start. So you can imagine. Let's look at here. We have a very nice maneuver. Croatia just absolutely stopping everybody. And there's Portugal at the bottom of your screen, keeping that speed up. They know that they are the leeward boat right there. So Croatia right now is managing to stop absolutely everybody. Really difficult for South Africa to be able to get a good start. And here comes Team Portugal. They kept their speed. So it looks like Croatia and Portugal get the best start as we see the Republic of South Africa, Antigua and Barbuda stuck, having no speed off the line. So as we said, it can be a very risky position to be in. Antigua and Barbuda, you see right there, having to immediately tack over because otherwise they'd be in the wind shadow of the other boats. And there goes Antigua Barbuda. We have our first split, 3 boats going off to the left and 1 boat going off to the right.
I think
Now they need to get that speed up. There we go, get into the groove. They've got enough pressure this morning, so that's really nice to see them to be able to hike out. And when we see that, that means the boat can really start cruising and getting on their way. As yesterday we were seeing very light winds towards the end. So a little bit more pressure, a little bit more wind here this morning for the first race of the day. As we see the Antigua and Bermuda. And now everyone has tacked. Everyone is on a port tack currently, as you see right here. So Croatia in the lead with that very good start, managing to just block everybody else. They were blocking Antigua, Bermuda, and as well South Africa. And Portugal deciding, okay, let's keep it going, let's keep it rolling. They had speed, they passed behind all the other boats and kept their speed up, which means that along with Croatia, those are the two boats that got the best start. So we just take this opportunity right now as we are on board with Portugal to say hi to all of our Portuguese fans. I was told by some of the crew members that the whole family is watching, and some of so we say to all the hi to all the moms and dads out there of all the families, especially of these guys right here, these young sailors. I'm sure that the whole family and probably the whole island is watching. So hello to everybody across the world. Very excited for this day number 3 of the 16th of the finals. Today's the last day where the races only count as for single points. So that's 4 points for first, 3 for second, 2 for third, and 1 for fourth place. Tomorrow is going to be the golden day. So tomorrow is a very big day. Really important to be coming into that day tomorrow with the maximum amount of points here. So for Antigua and Bermuda right now only having 2 points up on the leaderboard, it is super important for them to be able to take the lead and make sure that they win this race and put some points up on the board if they want to have a chance tomorrow to be able to make it to the next round, the 8th of the finals. Here we are on board with Team Republic of South Africa. As you see, they are, it's hard to tell when you were looking from above, but they are on a rappel. And or rather hiking out. That's the direct translation from French right there on the rappel. Great to see only the bottom, the soles of the shoes right there on South Africa. So they're hiking hard. They're out there and they've got that good speed. They are the furthest boat off to the right. We've seen the right paying. South Africa has often decided to go sail on the right-hand side. And very interesting as I see that Portugal is on the very left-hand side of the race course. So we have a split. And we have some boats going off on the left, which is really interesting to see because at this stage here on leg number 1, having a big split like this is can be a little bit risky. That means that we could have big gains or big losses from teams that are either on the left or on the right-hand side. And at this point, generally, the teams do not want to be sailing away from one another, but obviously Portugal has seen something and they're going off to the left-hand side, and so is everybody else right now, and they don't look like they're ready to attack. So there he is, number 6, Felipe Silva, European champion, second at the Worlds. He is the grinder right there. You're seeing him hold on to the winch handles right there as he goes down. So you might think that's the easiest place actually to hike. It certainly is, but remember, the guys that are the biggest guys on the boat, the most powerful guys, they're the grinders. So definitely they need to be able to hold on to something, because remember, they're only holding on with their hands and feet. There is nothing else that's holding them onto the boat. If they let go, well, they fall in the water. So Team Portugal, and keeping on going off to the left. Interesting tactics. I'm sure they're seeing something. There is a reason for why they're going off to the left. And we've seen boats generally go off to the right yesterday as the wind was dying. Today, this is not the case. We seem to have some pretty good wind out there. Everybody right now on a starboard tack. Antigua, Bermuda, the furthest ones out to the right today, as yesterday we saw them in the furthest ones out to the left. So we're 6 minutes and 56 seconds into this first leg, on our way up, and a good battle. Portugal and Croatia in the lead. They're the ones that got the best start. Republic of South Africa, Antigua and Bermuda, respectively third and fourth, are not so far behind. Antigua is a little bit further back behind, but they also decided to go off to the right-hand side. And we will see what happens as the boats come back together. So a 46-meter lead, 45-meter lead there. That is diminishing. Therefore, Portugal with the Republic of South Africa coming back a little bit now. They could be surfing these waves. We saw that as they are on a starboard tack, actually they're not pounding against the waves, and they can sort of cruise and surf a little bit sometimes down the waves. So we are back on a race course. I see we are back up as we see that big blue boat, which is anchored right there. So I'm guessing the race course is now a little bit more north than we've seen it perhaps yesterday. So that'll be better for us here, as we'll get a better signal from the cameras, and we'll have less problems having cuts. So that's really good news for you guys, and you to be able to look and have a clear vision of what's going on inside those boats. What a nice view right there. Republic of South Africa sailing in front of Gran Canaria. Wonderful island. You saw those images earlier. Beautiful place. Here we are a little bit further north on the island, on the northern end of the island. So we can get some pretty fresh breeze up here, along with some pretty big waves. It looks as though right now, in the next couple of days to come, we will have these very nice sort of light wind conditions, which is a very good thing for our boats. We want our boats to continue and be able to sail until the end of the race. As you know, the finals will be on the 3rd of December, so that will be the super final, and we need the boats to go up there. As a matter of fact, a lot of rules have been put in place to avoid aggressive sailing. We want clean and tactical sailing on these boats. Points will be given, or rather taken off, shall we see any sort of behavior which would deem to be aggressive and put the boats or people in danger. So we have a jury out there. We were talking about that in the very beginning. The jury is an international jury. As a matter of fact, the jury is the same one, or some of the same people that we will see in the Olympics. in the 2024 Olympics. So top level jury, top level sailors here as we're on board with Team Portugal and slowly making it up to the top mark as the boats are coming together. We have 720 meters left to get to the top mark. Interesting to see the distances have now increased between all boats. Very good shot right here as you see the two boats at the top of your screen, and they're on a port tack coming back here towards Antigua Barbuda, who was on the very right hand side. Now look at let's take a look at the numbers for Antigua Barbuda as we see their lead, or the leader, diminishing 28 meters, 27 meters. So it looks like it paid off on the right hand side as Antigua and Barbuda are about to cross over and take the lead. 18 meters, 16 meters, it keeps on dropping. So we should be able to see here now this young team, Antigua and Barbuda, coming up right here, 4 meters. It looks as though, here we go, Antigua, Barbuda are about to take the lead and cross over on top of Croatia. They are the starboard side boat, so are they going to keep going, or are they going back to the right, protecting the right? Yes, so for the time being, a tactical decision has been made to keep going off to the right and keep banking on the right-hand side instead of crossing over on top of Croatia. So right now they don't want to get into these little battles between one another. They're looking at the big picture as we're arriving towards the top. Interesting decision right there. Antigua Barbuda not wanting to get into a fight with Croatia, or at least not right now. They've been gaining as they've been going off to the right hand side, and as you see, we're getting closer and closer to the buoy, to the windward mark. 400 meters left to go. Good decision by Antigua Barbuda. Are going to go to that ley line. They'll put in attack, and then they'll be the right-of-way boat over Croatia. So right now, I expect to see the first boat to go and cross is Antigua and Barbuda. And I remember they were the last ones to cross the starting line as they got shut out by Croatia. So Croatia got the best start, Antigua got the worst start. But right now, because they were pushed off and had to go off to the right, well, it looks as though the right has paid for them. And now we see Antigua and Barbuda in the lead. Very nice pump out there. These guys, they look really calm on that boat. So remember, this is the third race of the 16th of the finals. Take a look on the top left. There's Croatia having to duck down behind. There's the cross. So now Croatia is just going to, in about 1 or 2 boat lengths there, they're going to attack because they are on the ley line. There you go, 2 boat lengths. You don't want to attack before that because you'll just be in the wind shadow of the first boat, the boat in front of you. As I was saying, we are in the third race of the 16th of the finals, but Antigua and Barbuda, this is not their first race. This is actually their 7th race because they were here in the last round. So they've made it through. And you can tell right there, it seems as though the team is very concentrated and not so much on the adrenaline, and it's good. They look really composed, sailing well, sailing smart. So great to see them in this sort of mental state as we get to 80 meters. And Antigua, with the worst start here, actually make it first to the windward mark. So congratulations, good job, Antigua Barbuda, making it right there around the weather mark first with a nice lead over the second place boat. Here we go, Antigua Barbuda They look nice and calm. I'm expecting this to be a great hoist from them. Nothing is rushed. Everyone knows exactly what they're doing right there. Very smooth. Let's take a look at that as Shannon goes and helps out on the grinder, puts that power, and that America's Cup power right there to hoist the spinnaker. Look at that, great hoist, great drop. And there, Antigua is off on their downwind run in first place. Let's take a look now, a little bit more pressure between these two boats. They're neck and neck between Croatia and the Republic of South Africa. Only 1 second difference between these boats as they got to the weather mark. Let's take a look here. It looks as though Croatia right there has put up their spinnaker first, and we're seeing a jibe set right there from the Republic of South Africa. It's looking like they're having issues. That's a very, very difficult move, also known as a sambuca, but right now it's not working out for them. They wanted to go back out to the left-hand side, to the right-hand side. Very difficult. That's a very hard move. They are basically taking the spinnaker out on the port side of the boat, passing it around the forestay, and hoisting it on the starboard. These boats, they are designed to have the sails or the spinnaker go in and out on the port side of the boat. So that's a very difficult move, a jibe set right there from the Republic of South Africa. So decidedly, they want to go back out to the right-hand side. Here we go, Team Portugal bringing up the rear right here. Big bear away in order to help. There's nothing, he won't be able to help the grinder right there unless he slows down. Okay, good hoist right there on Team Portugal. That's exactly what they needed. Let's see how this pans out as they decide to not take any risks and go in for a clean hoist and keep going off to the left-hand side. So there we go. Right now we're seeing South Africa at the bottom of your screen on a port tack. Looks like Croatia is also on a port tack. Will we see Portugal following behind? Antigua, Bermuda keep on going to the left-hand side. And we are on board with Republic of South Africa. It's a very, there are a lot of great stories, and one of the great stories is the Republic of South Africa. This man right here at the helm, right there, number 9, Ian Ainsley, captain of the team. Well, he's put together sailing programs down in South Africa to help the youth to be able to get out of their perhaps difficult living situations, and he's done a lot for sailing. And some of those guys that are on that boat right there are some of the guys that he's managed to sort of bring out of the ghetto and bring them into sailing. So we have some really fantastic stories to tell about a lot of these guys, just like we saw Shannon on Antigua and Bermuda, who is sailing also with a bunch of young sailors here. So these captains, they're not just captains, they're ambassadors for sailing in their respective countries. So great to see that they're passing down their information, and they're willing to take these young sailors, bring them up to the highest level. As we listen in on board to what's going on here on this boat.
squash here, guys. We're still coming up with a lot, mate. Try to keep it flat about.
Okay, they're talking about the heel, making sure the boat's a little flatter. So that can do a couple things, and one of those is to avoid having the rudder to sideways in order to correct the boat. They're trying to steer with their weight. As we had that info yesterday here, as we had Rob Hemming, who was team captain of Canada, who was with me here in the booth. Very interesting insight also to Team Canada, who sailed their second race yesterday and are one of the two teams in their fleet that has just come in. So very interesting, just like Japan and their fleet as well. That's newcomers. Now they're newcomers, but this is day 3, so only today is race number 3. Tomorrow will be the last race of these guys, so it's very quick rounds, only 4 races, and direct elimination. Only the top 2 will pass on to the next round. Tomorrow, don't forget, tomorrow is the golden day. So all races are worth double in points, which means that first place will be taking home 8 points. Today, races are worth single points, so our first place will be worth 4 points. Really important for all these teams to set themselves up for tomorrow's day. In order to be able to have a chance to survive and be qualified to the next round. Now, it's not so important to be first, but you definitely, worst comes to worst, want to be second in your group. In order to ensure that, you want to make sure that you are having the most amount of points as you come into the golden day. Let's go back out and let's take a look here at what is happening out there on the race course. And as we talk about those points, let's look at the top left-hand side of your screen right there. These are the projected results. So if currently we add up and tally all the points of the last races these guys have sailed, Republic of South Africa would currently be in the lead and qualify to the next round with 10 points. Croatia would have 8. Portugal 6, tied with Antigua and Bermuda. So as it stands right now, it looks like Republic of South Africa and Croatia have the most amount of points coming into tomorrow's golden day. But anything can happen tomorrow. We're on board with South Africa as they have just put in their second jibe here. They are now on a port tack. They are the boat that is the most to the right-hand side of the racing area. Very nice view from outside the boat right there. The boats are just beautiful in their golden wrap. Good lead right there now for Antigua Barbuda. Sailing very smart. They're seeing things the others are not. Remember, they were the first ones at the weather mark after a disappointing start where they got the door closed on them. Now that's happened already several times, but that didn't phase them. They went off to the right, got to the windward mark first. They've decided to go to the left, and they are first. They are leading with quite a comfortable lead, 275 meters lead right there. So let's see if they can keep that calm, cool attitude. There is the tactician right there, number 9, taking a look. Let's find out what is the correct angle. With Shannon, both of them are talking, trying to find out when can they jibe. Shannon's looking at all the other boats right there, especially he's looking right now at the Republic of South Africa and Croatia, which is behind them. So right now, very important moment for Antigua Barbuda to get it right in order to have only one more jibe in order to make it down to the bottom. It looks as though all other teams will have to put in 2 more jibes. Perhaps South Africa can go into a low mode and make it without jibing. Let's see what happens. So 2 more jibes for Croatia and Portugal. That is for sure. Perhaps there's the first jibe for Team Croatia. And it's a good jibe right there. Nice and clean. Getting those battens to pop on the main. And a nice little pump to come out of it. So, smooth, nice jibe from Croatia. As you see in the background, that was the Portuguese boat. As we see the Portuguese boat heading up, trying to find some speed. And they're going to want to try to roll over Croatia. Right now, Antigua is still out in front right there, and they're looking to put in that jibe. So they've gone almost all the way to the ley line. Looks as though they have just jibed. So 320 meters until they reach the gates, where they now have a 300-meter lead. So they are gaining. Right there, you just saw Shannon give a quick snap right there to the mainsail right there. That's making sure that those battens are correct, are correct, and have gone over. It looks like he's having sort of issues getting those battens to pop. As you saw him release the Cunningham right there. That's that green line off the right-hand side. All the lines that are right there on that grinding pedestal that you see, that's the boom vang right ahead of you. Top right is the Cunningham, top left is the outhaul, and then you have the check stays that are down at the bottom. So the main trimmer right there, he's got all his tools in order to be able to adjust his mainsail. Just right there on that grinding pedestal. Oh, I can hear some sound signals being made by race committee, which indicates to me that we have a change in course. Let's take a look at what's happening out there. I've been told that it is a Charlie minus. So Charlie minus at 0.75 nautical miles. We were previously at 1.1 nautical miles, and there is a good drop for Antigua Barbuda, taking their time, smooth, concentrated, cool as a cucumber. Doing a great job staying out in front right there. So Charlie minus only means that we've made the course shorter. The course, the center of the course, the center line of the course is still the same, which is 0.10 degrees north. We've just gone down quite a bit. So it looks like the wind is either the wind is dying, or the first course that was set at 1.1 nautical mile was too long, and we're trying to aim for this 45-minute target time. And that's what the race committee is looking to do. Look at that lead. The others are nowhere close to going back upwind. All the teams still have to drop their spinnaker. As we see right here, Croatia and South Africa coming back together. What a lead. What a lead for Antigua and Barbuda. More than a minute and a half out in front before these teams decide to take down their spinnaker. So a clear domination by Antigua and Barbuda, as you see in the middle of your screen, going back upwind. Now, let's take a look what happens here with Croatia. It looks like it's going to be a late drop, a standard drop, but a late one. Let's see what happens. Okay, looks pretty good. A little bit into the water, the spinnaker right there, as we see, but it looks like it's going back in quite well. So that was a very late drop, but managed to get that and had no issues going back upwind. Here goes. This is going to be a very tough drop right here. They need to get that spinnaker out in front of that forestay right there. That's how you bring it in. But wow, very clean. South Africa. Wow, that is, I tell you, that is a very difficult maneuver to do because you actually have to bring that spinnaker back to windward, and that's real tough. Portugal now coming in hot down here at the gate. Portugal with a late drop as well. Let's see how that goes on Team Portugal. It looks like the spinnakers are coming down. I don't see too much of it in the water, so that looks pretty good. But will they be able to pull the Genoa in? It looks like the Genoa has been pulled in. A little bit of an issue right there. A little bit of an issue right there with putting in the spinnaker. Doesn't look like it slowed them down too much, but that was, wow, that was late. They were pretty much at the mark as they were beginning to drop the spinnaker. So everybody feeling the pressure. Croatia, Portugal definitely feeling the pressure, as now Antigua and Barbuda are over 350 meters, 370 right now, ahead of the others. So a very nice, comfortable place for Antigua and Barbuda to be in. As I said in the beginning, it's very important for that team, Antigua and Barbuda, to get out in front, to place some points on the leaderboard, as currently they've come in twice in the last place, so they only had 2 little points. So this is going to really be a breath of fresh air as they put 4 points onto the leaderboard. We saw in the projected results, however, that won't be enough right now to be in the lead of this fleet. So we'll see what happens as we're heading back upwind here on the second windward leg. This is leg number 3 out of 4. After 34 minutes of racing. Now, something interesting that's going to happen. As you heard, there were sound signals being given at the leeward gate. So now they will be heading up to a buoy which is pink in color. And the particular thing about this buoy is there is no offset mark, so no dogleg, which means no time to get ready to be able to put up the spinnaker, which means that as soon as they get to this pink marker, this pink buoy, they're going to have to bear away and put up the spinnaker. So it's a lot of maneuvers that need to be done at the same time. It's a bear away, a hoist, and a drop in that order, and pretty much all at the same time. Looks nice and calm. Everybody right there kind of looking out of the boat, except for the trimmers.
10 degrees, right? Yeah, 100 at least.
Let's listen in.
110. So far, so we'll go 100.
Idzie będzie się touch?
50 now. No, that's 90. 90 now.
Discussion right there is the wind shift. How is the wind turning? There are two things right now they need to do. The first one being they need to stay in front of their adversaries and they need to be between them and the windward mark. That's the very first thing they need to do. The second one is they want to make sure that they're on the correct side. So they don't want to have Portugal go off to the left and then make an outstanding comeback. So that's why they're discussing right now tactically where they should be going. And remember, this windward beat is 0.75 nautical miles. So it's much smaller in distance than the first one was. We should be up at that windward mark very soon.
Antigua. Dobro. Bro, će ti biti točno na ley-line ovo.
Znači moramo trčati samo.
Nećemo moći ići preko broda.
Čvrga uđi samo unutra još više.
Nećemo moći preko broda, to uđi više. Možda još.
Discussing the ley line right there. How far are we going to keep on going before we tack? As you see them pointing. So that's one thing. Also, remember, if you're sailing out there, if you're loud on the water, your voice can carry very well. But also, if you're pointing to where you want to go and what you want to do, well, it's very easy for everybody, especially for me here in the studio, to be able to see what they're talking. So, no, I do not speak Croatian, but there are some technical words in all these languages which are words that are used in English. I recognize those words, and you could just tell by where they're looking, and there you just saw an arm going out, so definitely they're talking about where is that ley line and when do we decide to tack. Tough position right here for Republic of South Africa, as they don't really have much of a choice. They have to go a little bit further, and perhaps what they will be able to do is put in attack and create issues for Croatia. 10 seconds to attack. Let's listen in as South Africa was about to put in attack. He said 10 seconds. Now let's see, will it be 10 seconds or will it be a little more? Looks like they're getting ready right there. You see on that port tack right there, you see how the boat sort of slams into the waves. Because the waves are not exactly in the same axis as the race course, they're slightly off to the right. Right now here on a starboard tack, they should slam a little bit less into the waves. Looks like an easy cross for Croatia, and as expected, Croatia is going to tack right on top of Portugal, putting a wind shadow on top of, Croatia putting a wind shadow on top of South Africa right now. Now, it's not mean. I know it's probably very frustrating for you guys in South Africa watching this right now, but that's race boat sailing. And it's really important that each one of these teams, whenever they can, put in difficulty the other teams. It's not mean. It's not unfair. It's just part of the game. Remember, this is a game we're playing here, and it's a part of checkers, and that's one of the tactics right there is to cover your opponent, and that's what Croatia is doing right there with South Africa. Now, let's go back to Antigua and Barbuda. We'll have to put in 2 more tacks right there, but what have they decided to do? They didn't want to go all the way out to the lane line. Why? That gives them more options. So if perhaps right now they were to be headed, they could tack and get the lift on the other side and still be inside of the race area, which means that they don't go beyond the ley line and sail those meters. Those meters, too many meters over the ley line. That would be absolutely catastrophic. So here we go. First tack. First of the 2 tacks they still need to put in before they get up to the weather mark. A very nice lead. They were at 370 meter lead down at the leeward gate. They've now brought that up to 640 meters right there over the Croatian team. So things are going well.
About 15 seconds to attack, guys.
There you go. You just heard it. 15 seconds to the next tack. That tack, they will be on the ley line. They will be on the ley line in order to tack. Now remember, we're coming up to that pink buoy. A big maneuver is going to have to be made.
3, 2, 1. Tacking out, guys.
I was hoping for a little bit of a pump out of that one, but it doesn't matter. They are at the windward mark right now. They've got a lot of things to do right here, so let's check it out. Let's not get a penalty ringing, either touching the buoy or having issues with the bowsprit, as we have seen this before. We saw that with Team Canada yesterday. Okay, what a good hoist. Beautiful. 1 boat length away from that. So that, yeah, they just made it look easy. Thanks, guys. No, I swear it really is a very difficult maneuver to do, and it's so smooth. Right there, very, very smooth. Everybody knows what they need to do. This team just looks nice, calm, and collected. So great sailing from Antigua and Barbuda. Way, way, way out in the lead. Now you see that Croatia and Republic of South Africa have now gone over the ley line. So they have sailed further than they technically would need to. Of course, they do this because Croatia especially did this because they wanted to cover the Republic of South Africa. Republic of South Africa has no other choice right now than to sit in that bad disrupted air from Team Croatia. I can tell you that is a very painful situation to be in. The boat goes slower and it has less angle to the wind. It's just a big frustration. Antigua Barbuda out in front with now more than a minute and a half. We're coming up on a minute and a half. And I'm guessing we're going to have a lot more than a minute and a half. Here comes Team Croatia right now. Currently in second place. Lots of discussion, lots of talking. As we listen in here, Team Croatia, they're already hoisting the spinnaker, so that's a very, very quick hoist right there. Very nice. and a good drop. So the first two teams right there, Team Croatia doing an excellent job at hoisting their spinnaker and bringing down that jib. 2 minutes and 18 seconds lead from Antigua and Barbuda right there. So they're doing a great job as we now see the Republic of South Africa coming up to the mark. Let's take a look here as they bear away. So they bear away, they haven't hoisted yet. Here we go, the spinnaker is starting to hoist right now. They need to get into that top speed there for the grinders. South Africa, slower than the first two boats to be hoisting their asymmetrical spinnaker right there. Now that perhaps was a decision to take their time and make sure that the hoist goes off smoothly. Let's not lose any more distance. So keeping a cool head about this. And here we see Team Portugal as they are coming up. It looks like it's tough right there for Team Portugal, bringing up the rear. They're going to jibe right now. It looks as though they're getting a header, so having gone off to the left-hand side apparently was not the side to be on. And they'd have to come all the way back across the race area, which is never a good thing. And on top of it, as they're on port tack, they slam into those waves. So it's getting harder and harder now for this team right here, Team Portugal, to be able to catch up to the others, as they are currently 4.5 minutes behind the leaders at the windward mark. Now let's take a look here. Team Portugal, as they bear away, they have already started hoisting, and that is a very clean hoist and drop from Team Portugal. So definitely one of the best moves we've seen from the teams of this fleet right now in terms of hoisting. Remember, they dropped their spinnaker at the last minute and on the gates. They're doing absolutely everything in their powers to be able to catch up to the others, but the wind gods, Aeol, is not having it with Team Portugal. It's tough right now for them. They're 800 meters back behind the leaders. They are 300 meters back behind the third place boat, Republic of South Africa. So right now looks like a giant lead for Antigua and Barbuda, as we perhaps have a little battle going on between the second and third place boats right there in the middle of your screen. Let's see what happens between the Republic of South Africa and Croatia. Will the Republic of South Africa be able to roll over Croatia further down as we get down towards the finishing line? Right there, you're seeing South Africa trying to do exactly what Croatia did to them, that is cover them. So now South Africa is in the power position, and they are trying to steal the wind in the sails of the Croatian boat. Tables have turned. South Africa is behind Croatia, but only by 100 meters. So they're not too far behind. Definitely right now very nervous on the Croatian boat, as they expect South Africa to jibe at any moment. They are absolutely ready to jibe. And it's really important now that these guys here, if they want to jibe, you'll see them, they won't move until the very last moment. Everybody will spring into action and do an immediate jibe. If they start preparing Portugal will be able to see what they're doing, and then Portugal will be able to sort of take advantage of that. Croatia will be able to see what they're doing, and they'll be able to take a look at that. Let's look here, top left, the projected results as we anticipate a jibe from both these boats. Currently, Republic of South Africa and Croatia both equal with 9 points. Portugal and Antigua down with 6. So that would be 2 ties right there, and we would see now Croatia, South Africa at the top of the leaderboard coming in to the Golden Day tomorrow. 584-meter lead for Antigua, Bermuda out there in front, and they are only 400 meters away from the finishing line. Now this is what you call a comeback from having the gates closed on the starting line, being the last boat to take a start, going off to the right, finding the wind and the pressure needed to come back and put an absolute monstrous distance between first and second place. We are talking 600 meters.
Good job, team.
Stand by. 3.
Let's listen in.
1. Let's go.
That was the last jibe right there for this team as they are on the starboard ley line going down to the finishing line. So an enormous lead for Antigua Bermuda in this third race, finally putting some points up on the board. This is going to be a breath of fresh air until tomorrow, where we go into the Golden Day double, where all races will count double in points. Now they will have something to celebrate here as they cross the line. Great to see them. I really saw them just so serene on that boat. Very calm. Here we go. Here is the starting line as we will see the finishing flag be waved on top of that race committee boat. There it is. And that is a win, and a monstrous one at that. Congratulations, Antigua Bermuda, putting in a show for us right now. Very good job. And so they're going back in right now. They're going to put down that spinnaker as we see the shore team on the right-hand side right there. They're going to come onto the boat and make sure the boat is nice and clean for the next team that's going to be coming and hopping onto that boat. There you go. Look at the distance currently still. You know, and Antigua has stopped right now, so you're still seeing 400 meters advantage. Now, interesting to see what is going on here with Croatia and the Republic of South Africa. It looks as though Croatia decided to jibe over first, as they are now coming into the last stretch here, as they're going to have to be putting in a low mode. Now they're looking over their shoulder because the Republic of South Africa has decided to go a little bit further. Now they're coming back hot right now. Republic of South Africa, to the top left-hand side of your screen, have got much more speed than this team right here, who has to put in a low mode. Remember, we've seen Tahiti come back out of nowhere from that left-hand side with so much speed that they've managed to beat the boats on the last couple meters. So here we go. Let's take a look. It doesn't look as though Republic of South Africa is close enough to be an issue. But then again, we are
we're only looking at TV screens, guys, you agree with me that it's difficult to see what's going on. Here we go. This is probably our best view right here, is this 3D model. So it looks as though, yep, Croatia right there, not worried, not being attacked by South Africa. Congratulations, guys. So that's 3 points up on the leaderboard for this team. And that's what counts. They were already in the lead. So that's 10 points for them. They came into this third round with 7 points. And they now just added another 3 points. So that's 10 points for Croatia. They are the leaders of this fleet number 3. South Africa still needs to come in. There it is. Sliding into home plate. A little bit disappointed. I could tell, obviously, they were doing a very good job. At one point, they were out in front. So a little bit of a difficult day for Republic of South Africa, despite all their best efforts to go off onto the right-hand side and to put in a nice jibe set as Sambuca up at the top mark. But that was just too little, too late. They didn't manage to make that work. Here comes Portugal. Portugal trying everything they could today to go off onto the left-hand side, to the right-hand side. They've tried it all. And difficult day for Team Portugal right there. As we saw in the projected results, 6 points for them, 6 points for Antigua. Right now, Portugal and Antigua are at the bottom of the ranking for this fleet. Here goes Portugal across the finishing line after 57 minutes. So that was a long race, as we saw the wind dying down just a little bit. A very long race for Team Portugal right there. We have a target time of 45 minutes. Race committee has pretty much been able to have 45-minute long races all day long. Here we go. You see the boats right there, and in the backdrop is Gran Canaria, the island of Gran Canaria. Here is the race results. So Antigua Bermuda taking home the win, adding 4 points to the leaderboard. Croatia 3, South Africa 2, Portugal 1. And if we look now at the current overall standings, we will see that in just a moment as we stay on this image right here. Very nice image where we see all the boats right there, bringing in the teams. And remember, these teams have had a tough day for 45 minutes, but the boats are about to have a tougher day, staying out there all day long for the next 3 races. Here we go with the provisional overall. So after 3 races and before the Golden Day tomorrow, and then the leader with 9 points right there is Croatia, South Africa 7, Antigua 6, Portugal 6. Right now, our top 2 teams, Croatia, South Africa. And that's it from us right now. We will be right back after a short break and the teams switching onto the boats. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome back for the second race of today. I have Rachele Vitello, which is here with me, sailing journalist, which will be helping me out here within the commentary booth today. Rachele, how are you?
Very well, thank you, Jan. We're getting into the action, the pure action. It's day 3, so it's one day before the double point final races tomorrow. So, I mean, every point counts today more than ever. Already the first regatta today was a revolution because Antigua finally won after 2 bad days. So,
yeah, so they're lining themselves up, getting ready for the golden day, which is going to be tomorrow. Now, here we are. This is the second race, as we just told you. Let's take a look here at the team comparisons. Top left-hand side is the Slovenian team, Krpani 860, SSL ranked number 29, weighing in at 703 kilos. The captain is Vasily Zbogar.
And then top right, we have Team Lithuania. They're called what they're called?
They're called powered by the
Skandagara. Well, they're ranked number 37 in the SSL ranking, and they weighed about 720 kilos. The captain is Roka Milevicius.
And on the bottom left-hand side of your screen is Team Canada, the Enforcers, SSL ranked number 23, weighing in at 710 kilos. The captain of that team is Robert Hemming.
And then bottom right, we have Team Japan, the Rising Sun Japan, ranked number 28 in the ranking, and still on the kind of the light side with 710 kilos total. And the captain is Aichiro Hamasaki.
So those are the teams that are out on the water right now. Let's go and take a look at the team's national anthem.
Chiaro? Via! 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 Via!
Those are the national anthem, ladies and gentlemen, of the teams that are currently out on the water. Now let's go.
And this is so amazing, Jan. I mean, something that you don't normally see in sailing, and it's something the SSL Gold Cup is doing for the first time, and it's such a good moment, and every team reacts in a different way. It's so good.
Absolutely, and they are just so proud to be wearing that uniform and representing their country here at one of the premier sailing venues.
Absolutely.
So let's take a look, as I was just saying, let's take a look at the teams that are out there on the water. Here we have the team Slovenia. So we have the captain, number 9, Rakas Milevicius.
We're talking about Slovenia.
We are talking about Slovenia. You're right, not Lithuania. So captain, right there. Let's talk about who is at the helm. We have Igor Law, which has actually 2 world championship titles, and he races in the RC44 class. So he definitely has a lot of experience on this boat.
His team won twice the overall in the 44 Cup, and so he knows the boat quite well. But it's the first time that he's with a 100% Slovenian crew. So that's the change. That's a big change.
And in the mid-bow, we have
mid-bow.
All right, well, next team that was coming up here, Team Lithuania. There we go. I was talking about them earlier with the captain, Rakas Milevicius. So he's on there. At the helm, we have Raimondas Šugdinis. He is world champion, and he has an Olympic participation. As we move on, perhaps, to the next team.
At the pit, we have Christoforos Akromas is also playing as team manager, and Team Lithuania is actually showing the SSL Gold Cup on national television. So we're going live on national television in Lithuania. as we hope to be more and more on other national television for maybe the next week.
Yeah, well, Lithuania definitely are liking this a lot. A lot of people watching TV and watching what's happening on the national television. Let's go on with the team Canada right here. We have Robert Hemming, which is the captain. He was with us here yesterday. He is a two-time national champion in the Finn class. And let's not forget on the main sheet, Kyle Martin, who has a silver medal at the World Sailing World Cup and is also an Olympian.
Rob was commentating here with you yesterday. Is he worth a medal as commentator or what? Did you do well with Rob commentating yesterday?
Yesterday was a great time with Rob. It was he's a very nice guy and had some very good insights for us. Really interesting to speak with him.
Great.
And here we go, Team of the Rising Sun, Team Japan. We have a lot of world champions actually on this boat. We have 4 world champions on this boat. Let's talk about the captain, Ishiro Hamazaki. He is also an Olympian and has the silver medal at the Asian Games. He was sailing on 470 and J70. At the helm, we have Yasutaka Funazawa. He has a 4th place at the World Championships in the J24 class, so they're quite used to these crude boats, shall we say. And then a lot of TP52 J24 experience for other guys like Norio Eigi, Hideki Wakayama, as well as Tetsuya Sasaki. So that's a lot of big boat experience on this boat. But Jan, it's almost 2 minutes to the start, so we're actually already starting. Yeah, we are in the starting procedure.
Like we said yesterday, these moments before the start are crucial, are vital for the start. Yesterday we saw Slovenia. They were really happy. I talked to them after racing. They were so proud of that start because it's what they executed exactly what they wanted.
Yeah, that doesn't always happen on the starting line, to have a plan and to be able to execute the plan. And now sometimes that plan is just to be able to get a good start.
They had an amazing start. I expect them to try and do the same move as yesterday. But let's go the provisional overall.
Let's take a look at those provisional overall. Absolutely. Lithuania right now has 8 points. So of all the teams that are leading each one of the fleet, Lithuania has the most amount of points. So they are, if you want, our super leaders here, if you want.
2 bullets for them.
Exactly. And then obviously Canada is in 2nd place.
Slovenia is in 3rd.
You had enough time to take a look
and Japan is closing. But like we said, Jan, tomorrow is Golden Day. Tomorrow, well, no, we need to see what happens today, but then tomorrow. So we are 45 minutes to the start.
45 seconds.
And we're on board Team Japan.
So very interesting. Here we have all of the boats that are quite evenly lined up. Yesterday we were seeing issues with boats coming over a little bit too quickly. There's Japan. They're the most lured boat right now, closing the door on everybody. So 20 seconds left to go. They are closing the door. It looks like Slovenia right there perhaps is trying to bear away. No, they are luffing again. So all boats stopped 15 seconds to the start. And this is exactly what Japan wants. Very aggressive, but fair play to Japan. So they are going to stop everybody and make sure they get a good start. Real tough for Team Lithuania yesterday. It went in their plans and the way they wanted. But right now,
the race
Team
is officially on.
Is last. Is going to... Oh, the door is closing as well as Canada is closing the door on Lithuania. That's a good start for Team Japan right there. Closing, shutting everybody off the starting line, making sure they have some speed. So there you are, top of your screen. That's Japan. They have the most amount of speed right now off the line. And that's a great start for them.
Well done on them. Anybody else had a very late start and a very slow start, which is probably what Japan wanted. So the only one I think is coming out of this decently is Team Slovenia. In fact, they're second already, and they're also a little speedy. But they tacked already. They couldn't
look
stay
at the top
there.
of the sail right there on Team Slovenia. You see that top batten? Oh, just popped right now.
It popped.
So that's what I was talking about when we're talking about the battens popping to the other side. That can happen in these lighter wind conditions.
It does. We haven't not looked at the forecast for this race, but I guess they're very similar to race number 1 of the day. So we're talking about what?
We're
6
talking
knots?
about 6 knots. Bottom of your
Coming
right-hand
from
side
the
of your screen.
northeast, and sunny and hot. This I could have said because I've been outside. But
It is definitely
it's only
hot
6
and a little bit
knots.
humid as well over here. But it's very stable. It's been the same temperature for the last week and a half that we've been here. We did see a little bit of wind coming off of Africa earlier, but right now we have some nice 25-degree conditions right here with wind out of the north-northeast. We expect that wind to shift further left as the day goes by. So further north. Here we are on board with Team Canada. Number 10 right there, team captain Rob Hemming.
Yes, I think Team Japan has also tacked like the rest of the fleet, and they're now all going towards the right-hand side of the upwind. Slovenia, we see Slovenia just marginally leading, but it's still early days.
Certainly see
It's swelling.
Slovenia right there, their boat just jumping up and down over those waves. So so the waves are not in the same axis as the race course is. They're slightly off to the right. So every time the boats are going upwind on a port tack, they actually slam into the waves. As opposed to when they're on a starboard tack and they can sort of go over the waves a little bit easier. So in these light wind conditions, it's really hard. And that's why you see the concentration right there on the skipper in the back holding onto the steering wheel. Very concentrated on making sure that boat can just power through those waves.
Talking to some of the sailors yesterday, what came out is that with these very light wind conditions and the waves, you have to move very, very gently on the boat. You have to let the boat go with the inertia as much as possible and try to take the boat with you gently and
no elephant feet.
No elephant stumps. No, absolutely. And you don't want to compromise the work of the helmsman also.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really a teamwork, and it just goes all the way down to how you move yourself about on those boats. And remember, they're sailing with 9 people. So if you got 9 people walking all over the place, it's going to cause havoc, and it's going to be difficult sailing. It's already difficult enough. They don't need, like you're saying, they don't need that. And it's really interesting, these points that you're bringing up, as I know you've been speaking to a lot of the teams, and as a sailing journalist, you have a lot of experience. You see these guys also racing in other
events and classes.
So great insight right there. Here we are on board with right here Team Lithuania right now, currently looking like they are 60 some odd meters, 70 meters behind Japan. So a tight battle between those two boats.
It's a very unusual situation for Team Lithuania to find themselves at the bottom of the ranking and in the back of the fleet, because it's the first time they find themselves there in this round. And I'm sure they're nervous.
Remember, at the beginning of this, they had 8 points. We said they were the super leaders, right? They're the ones that have the 2 wins, and right now they're our best performing team out here of all the fleets that are racing. They have the best score so far with 8 points. So they gotta be feeling the pressure right now, being in 4th place and being the leader of all the fleets.
Yeah, when you have 8 points in the bank, it's not like you're worried too much because you got
the points, right?
You got
So
points. Nobody is taking them away from you. But still, I mean, when it's an unusual position, of course, your nerves will feel it. And with the light wind, well, actually, the light wind could open up a possibility for them. We've seen it yesterday.
It is, and I think right now all the teams are actually quite close together. I mean, we do have all 4 boats within 160 meters of one another. So it's yes, they are in 4th place. They are behind, but it's not like they're very far away from the others.
And we're only 6 minutes into this race, so anything can happen.
At least, let's say another 40 minutes, 39, 40 minutes.
But it's unfortunate for Team Japan after that great start and after pushing everybody off the line, basically, they find themselves behind.
Now we're looking at, when I see these images, I'm looking at the telltales in the sail, and I'm trying to see if I can find any information about how they've set their sails and sort of how they're sailing. Here we are with taking a look at Team Canada right there, going through those waves, as we said, on that port tack, difficult. But it looks like they've got a good speed right now, and
they do, and they're hiking
if those
out.
telltales were sort of backing on the back side of the sails and seeing if they were sort of, you know, on a low mode, but it doesn't look like it. Let's listen in here. Let's see if we can.
Yeah, they're chatting.
Definitely chatting about the pressure that's coming on. They're in a good tactical position right here with the Slovenian boat just ahead of, just on top of them. They're slightly lee bow right there, so probably not going to see them putting in that big luff that we saw them put in the beginning of the race.
Different situation on board Team Slovenia. Nobody's hiking out, and people are actually docking in the boat, in the middle of the boat,
sitting in the lure side.
So yes, different strategy with the way the crew way.
Perhaps that's what they were talking about. Sort of a little bit of a lull. Also, that means that, you know, less wind. If the boat has less wind, then they want to keep that optimal angle. That's why you see them moving around, because those boats, the way they go through the waves and through the water, if they're absolutely flat, they'll just slam into the waves. If they're too heeled over, then they don't have enough of the mainsail to be up. And so they have to keep this balance on the boat. So you'll see them, as you see them now, coming back up. So it looks like now they've touched a little bit of wind, a little bit of pressure. And so they're being able to sit on the top side. Okay, so now they're going in for a
ready to tack,
a maneuver.
There you go.
What a nice release right there. Just waiting for that jib just to begin to back before they release it. And you see it hasn't been quite taut yet all the way, and that's done on purpose in order for the boat to speed up out of the tack. Here we see Team Canada seriously thinking about when
tacking
they're
as well. It's funny how you can guess what they're thinking.
Yeah, you just look at their body
movement, yeah,
body language, and it's you can tell. But so here we are on the first leg, 9 minutes into it.
And we have
Are they
cross.
over ley line that much? Could that be possible? That looks interesting. Perhaps that is the lower ley line. I don't know. But anyways, it just goes to show right now, Slovenia is currently leading over Japan with 80 meters. Lithuania is in 3rd place, and Canada is it's showing Canada in 4th. I think there must be a little glitch here, because
we have to be careful reading this, because Slovenia did tack behind Team Japan.
Yeah, we'll get a better idea here as soon as we can get perhaps a drone shot, or maybe we can see the other boats here with these onboards. That always gives a pretty good idea of who is where.
Exactly. So we're on board Team Japan, but only few people in the world will be able to understand what they're saying, and I'm not one of them.
Neither am I.
Here's a big picture.
Yeah, you could tell what's going on. Again, body language says a lot for all you guys that are sailing out there, and you know how it is when you're calm on the boat and no one is talking, then everything is going according to plan. And when there's a lot of talking, a lot of jostling around, then you know something's up.
Well, I must disagree with you on that, because I come from Italy, and the Latin country, especially the Italian, you will see a lot of talking on the Italian boat, and maybe a little bit of shouting and hand
I'm glad you're the one
gestures.
saying this.
Oh no, it is like this, you guys. And but it doesn't necessarily mean that something is going wrong.
Oh.
It's the way they do things. It's the way we do things.
I guess there are definitely cultural differences.
And you can see them in sports as well.
I just got information that this is the correct picture right here. And so now we have a very nice view of what's going on. Looks
so
like
this is the
Japan,
right-hand side ley line?
Right-hand side ley line. Looks like Japan and Canada are slightly, perhaps, over ley line. Difficult to say. They've definitely gone out there. So Slovenia staying within the race course, inside the ley line. So they're not going to go and do too much distance. But I see Japan and Canada. It actually looks as though right there they are inside. If you continue their line, it kind of looks like they're inside the ley line. Now remember, there is some current which is on the race course out here, which means that the current is going from the top of the race course down towards the finishing line. And it means that it's going to open up that angle for those boats. They're going to have a lot more angle, not going to be able to go quite as close to the wind. If on top of that you add the fact that there is light airs, I mean, let's face it, 7 knots is not much, especially here, and you have to deal with those waves, then they're definitely going to have sort of a low mode bearing down, trying to have a lot of speed. So a little bit of current, a little bit of wind, some pretty decent swell makes it a little complicated for all of these teams right now. It's a lot of concentration here. Good to see that Japan right there everybody is out. And as I was seeing the guy on the number 1 there on the Japanese boat, as you saw him sort of leaning over the side of the boat with his upper body only, they can do that. Now, one of the rules is people are not allowed to put their legs over the side of the boat. Sometimes we did see that with the tacticians, but that's one of the rules. They're not allowed to put their legs over the side of the boat.
And
so,
here they are. You said they were low on ley line, so this is their first stock to get over that ley line in order to round the upwind mark.
We're 100 meters away, so we're getting really close. Now Slovenia here will have to put in another tack as they come into the ley line. We'll see when that happens, perhaps in 3 or 4 boat lengths.
Right now, they're
in 2
already
seconds.
preparing. Yes.
Well,
so, like we said, with one tack, you basically lose 20 meters. We said advantage, but they have a lot of advantage. They have about 200 meters on the second one, and it's Lithuania and Japan because they're very close together. So they were low on ley line, but they had the margin to.
Yeah, they definitely didn't go over ley line, which is worse than having to do those 2 tacks. So there they are. There you are, ladies and gentlemen. That is Team Slovenia right there in the lead of the second race of the day. looking like they have a nice lead over the second place boat, and now we're coming into the offset mark as we're seeing it coming into the screen on the top left. And let's take a look.
The kite already
and see how
ready
this
to
kite
come
goes up.
4, 2, 1.
The grinder's grinding, and the kite is being hoisted.
Nice, very nice. And what I really like about this hoist is that you see the spinnaker is immediately full. And as a matter of fact, yesterday as we were coming back on land, was talking with one of our photographers, and he was out in the water, and he was telling me, well, it's just impressive because as soon as they put up their spinnaker, that spinnaker almost, you know, does a clack, it just, as they manage to put it up, as most of the other teams sort of have a difficult time getting that spinnaker full. So that was something that we can't see and hear, but he was seeing and hearing that on the water. So there's a little insider information for you guys.
Same maneuver for Team Japan. The grinders are grinding. It's not as fast at this maneuver.
And it looks like there's an issue right there with their tack line. So they need to be pulling on the tack line. That's the pit man or pit woman. No, there are only men on this boat. So it's the pit man who needs to be able to do that. And that line comes off the left-hand side of the mast.
And they still haven't managed to fix it.
Haven't managed to fix it or find it. That's a little far. It's not going to be super problematic. They definitely do want to have that tack line come back in. And there's Lithuania right there. Third place boat, leader of this fleet. You can tell right there, there's a little agitation on that boat. Really looks a little frustrated to be in that third place spot. There goes Team Canada with a nice hoist. Good clean hoist. The kite is up with less than 1 boat length away from the buoy. So very fast hoist right there.
Snap the kite.
Snap the kite. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Snap it. Also, how's the hoist?
So when you're saying snap the kite, that means that the kite's not full. So good hoist, but again, not able to get it full as quickly as we saw Team Slovenia do.
Slovenia was ready to go. And
so
in
here
fact,
we are, 130 meters lead for Team Slovenia over Japan. So the fight right now is Japan-Lithuania for that second place. Let's see if Slovenia, which apparently has just jibed, are they going to be able to keep their lead? Let's look at the top left-hand side of your screen. Those are the projected results as it stands right now. The top 2 nations of this fleet are Lithuania and Slovenia. Lithuania with 10 points, Slovenia with 8. So those 10 points.
It's good to have 10 points, but tomorrow with the golden day and the double points, the games are still so open.
Oh, totally open. Everything's open. I mean, you do the math at home. You get 8 points if you're in first. You get 2 points if you are
Lithuania
fourth.
could end up with 12 points and Canada with 14. Or Japan.
Yeah. So it's all open coming into tomorrow, which makes it very, very exciting. It'll be a big game of snakes and ladders.
First jibe we've seen in the fleet, it's by Team Lithuania now. They were already the one more in the middle of the course, and they decided to go even deeper down in the course. No, maybe Japan. Maybe they just matched. Sorry, this is the bigger picture. Slovenia and Japan might have done that before them. The only one who hasn't done it yet is Team Canada. So there are 3 of the teams are going down towards the downwind gate on port jibes. And Team Canada has just mirrored their opponents, and they're all going towards the middle of the race course.
So I'm getting some information coming straight off of the water. This is hot news right here. It looks as though perhaps we might have a little bit of drama, as there is a major regatta for cruising boats, and it seems as though they are going downwind and they might partially pass through the racing area. So perhaps this will have an influence on the tactics and strategy of these teams, as I know there's something like 200 boats.
The major regatta you're talking about, it's called the ARC. It's an historic regatta, and it starts every November from Gran Canaria to go to the Caribbean. It will end in St. Lucia for the fastest boat in 10 days.
Yeah,
so it goes with the Alizé, and it's kind of because so many boats were actually crossing the Atlantic in this season. They decided why not have a race? Why not racing for it?
So let's hope for us that
Tomorrow is the start.
we don't have 200 boats sailing through our race course, so that might cause some issues. What can I tell you? Yes, more information. Looks like perhaps we might have a Charlie minus as we get down to the gates. So that's a little bit more information right now for you guys.
Charlie minus is when the committee decides to shorten the race course. So we will have a shorter race course. It might have happened because of the regatta fleet, the other regatta fleet. But also, I think it's due to light wind. Look at that, Jan. Look at that picture. It doesn't look very windy.
With you. Absolutely. And so light winds means it takes a little bit more time to get around the race course. And remember, race committee wants to have races at around 45 minutes. On the last one, it lasted 57 minutes. So that was the longest race that we've seen so far. Now, that's the way it happens. I mean, they can shorten the course, and it might just not be enough. So now we're going to have a little bit of a different situation. We're going to be coming into these gates that we've seen normally, but then we will have that Charlie minus, and that'll be that orange, pink buoy. And that's going to be also a very delicate maneuver that's going to have to happen in the upwind. But right now, let's concentrate on what's happening right now as we're getting down to the gates. We are 550 meters, a little bit less right now, from reaching the gates. Slovenia with a very nice lead, 240 some odd meters lead. You see,
and they're going down.
The gates.
They're right already in the gate direction.
And that battle that we've been seeing from between Lithuania and Japan has just not let up. Those boats are actually closer than we've ever seen.
Lithuania
they are into it right now. And going back to leeward to get a little bit of heel. So they're allowed to do that. That pump, they're allowed to do that. And so they do that once when they come out, and that's just try to making the boat go a little faster. Look at that. Look at very slow boats right now, but it's the same thing for everybody. So same conditions. And I guess it's a little deceiving from up here, but they're actually those boats are managing still to cruise and to keep up a good speed. Remember, these are race boats, light boats. For their size, they only weigh 3.5 tons. So
they're just very big dinghies, I'd like to say.
Pretty much, yeah. Big, beautiful dinghies.
Yes.
But no, so they're managing to cruise down and cruise through the water. And Slovenia right there, 247 meters away from the leeward gate. As we're looking at the top here of the sail, what are they trying to show us?
This is very unusual conditions for the Canary Islands, normally very, very windy. And looks like Slovenia coming from Europe, from the Adriatic Sea, from the area around Trieste, Italy, where you can have Bora blowing at 30 plus knots, but you can also have and normally you have thermal breeze, and so they can be 5 to 10 knots, and the Slovenian looks like they know how to manage the boat and the team in that situation because it's familiar to them. I think they're used to that situation.
They're used to big weather and small weather. And here, that was a great shot with the drone right there. As we were seeing the number one right there at the front of the boat, helping out. Here we go. Here goes the jib as they're pulling on that jib halyard, the number one right there, and you see just behind him in the pit, number 2 blocking it off, or he has a 3. Sorry, yeah, number 3 on his back.
Open the hatch. And now the kite will go in thanks to the help of the grinder with the retriever.
Yeah, I mean, this is something you know very well because, well, actually, your husband is a professional sailor and this is his position, right?
Yeah, he's a bowman, yes.
So,
and he does sail with Igorla, so the helmsman here, and Tina Mrak. Tina is great 470.
You are the great person to be able to explain that maneuver and how
well, he would be much better.
We'll get him in here.
He would be much better, but yes, those moments, the mark roundings, both upwind and downwind, are crucial moment for the bow of the boat. So it's both the bowman and the mid bow and the pitman. So if during the regatta these 3 people are actually just, and let me use the word just, hanging out on the rails, during the roundings they are very responsible for the success or the failure of the maneuver.
Yeah, so they have a certain periods during the race where they are super hyperactive, shall we say, even.
Yes.
And yeah, it's difficult to be able to keep that concentration, to be able to be so efficient at those particular moments.
And if I may, my husband always tells me that being the bowman is like a little bit like being the goalie of a football team. So if the boat wins, if the team wins, it's well done on everybody. But if he makes a mistake and they don't win, it's their fault. like it happens with a goalkeeper.
Here we are. Let's take a look here as our next team, Lithuania, is about to go through the lower gates, and it looks like they're going to be putting in a kiwi drop right there. So that is it's a great way. It's great because the spinnaker just falls right onto the deck and then just down into the boat. So kiwi drops are very efficient drops. However, they
still it's slow, Jan. They're rounding very slowly.
Yeah,
unusually slowly.
Unusually slowly. It's tough for them to be able to get that speed to come back up. Perhaps, you know, that light wind and current condition. There goes Japan. Now let's take a look at Japan. Japan has had all sorts of issues to bring their spinnaker in. They need to go the other way on that grinder.
They chose the other mark, so they're going on the left-hand side.
They did, but they're still having issues. They're still having issues putting that spinnaker into the boat. They've been struggling with that, and this is now the 3rd day of racing, and you see that it's getting better, but they're still struggling. And then I can tell you from having sailed on these boats, they are very, very demanding and in the grinder position to be able to put it down. And as you were just saying. The number one, if he's not stuffing that spinnaker down in the bottom of the boat, it's just literally impossible to.
He's not doing it by himself, huh? So these boats have their retriever, so the grinder is actually pulling the big kite inside the boat through a system of cables. And what number one and the mid-bow are doing are actually making sure that no pieces of that big kite are falling in the water, because when that hits the water, it becomes like a big anchor, and it will slow the boats down.
Yeah, they need to make sure that goes down. So it's really teamwork between the grinder and the guys in the front as well as the pitman, because if the pitman releases the halyard and the whole thing falls down too quickly, then neither the pitman nor the grinders nor anybody the bow can actually do anything. You've got, you know, hundreds of meters of sail area just falling on top of you. So everybody's got a job, and that's why there's 9 people on these boats.
And that's why we love it. This is why we love it, because there are plenty of hurdles and things to be careful at, and nothing is you can't control I mean, you have to try to control everything, and this is what makes you be the best of your fleet. And it's a team effort. And
it is a team effort. And as we were talking earlier, I saw Team Canada putting down their spinnaker, doing a great job. Now, I have to say, I've been very impressed with Team Canada from day one. I think I've seen one time where they had a little bit of an issue with their spinnaker, but every single maneuver they do is pretty much spot on. Team Canada right now just kind of stuck in the back right now. We've seen them more in the front lately, but you know, then again we have Lithuania, which is the leader, the overall leader of all fleets, currently in 3rd place. Yeah, I mean, things are moving around. It's good for the suspense.
Yes, and it's good for us who are watching. It's maybe not as good for the teams racing. They would like to be, you know, always the one on top, always the one winning, always the ones doing things correctly. And at the moment, I'm sure Team Lithuania is regretting about that very slow rounding at the gate, and probably is wishing to have done like Team Japan has and have chosen the left-hand side buoy. So, I mean, you have to live with your decision. You have to live with your, I wouldn't call it a mistake, because they didn't made any mistake at the gate. It was just a slow maneuver, which can happen.
Yeah, remember, there is that current. There's a little bit less.
Yes,
but look now on the left-hand side. You see how fast that water is going past those boats. So, right you know, it could look right there like as though they're not cruising, but they are definitely moving. Those boats are moving. There are light winds.
Look at this.
And they're cruising. So interesting to see now what will happen as Team Japan, which is on the left-hand side of the racing area, when they tack over and come back towards the center.
They might have tacked already, Team Japan.
We'll see
from
what
the
happens.
3D, 2D, 3D.
From the 3D,
yeah, they might have tacked already, but not sure about that.
That's fine. There's no. Let's take a look here at this drone footage.
So we're gonna have it's not gonna be a proper cross, because Team Japan is about 200 meters behind, but they are going all to be in the same area of the race course.
Right. So we can see the 2 boundary layers, right? The 2 ley lines up at the top right-hand side of your screen and top left. So everybody's sort of centered in the field, as opposed to sometimes we see 2 boats go left and 2 boats go right. Decided that people, what I'm guessing, this is only a guess, but I'm thinking they're playing the shifts.
Absolutely. This is what you do with slow.
I think they're not deciding to go left or to go right. I think they're just playing the shifts.
And with light winds, when you find yourself on different tacks, on different part or area of the race course, you might even be racing with very different intensity, like maybe 2 knots different, which with 5 or 7 knots makes the boat go much different.
Oh yeah, it's night and day. Thomas Chokpi right there, 5 medals in the World Championships. We were talking about Igor earlier. Though it's a lot of experience on these boats. So take a look. Oh, what a nice tack right there.
Perfect.
You see how fast that jib gets to the other side? And small pump. Now, you're probably wondering, well, I mean, why didn't everybody come up on that pump coming out of there? Well, that's because when it's lighter winds like this, you don't necessarily need to have all 700 kilos of crew come back up at once. only a couple guys will be enough to get that boat flat.
And ready to go.
If it's too flat, then you're losing out. So you always sort of have to sort of adjust the amount of people that will be going up and doing the pump depending on how much wind there is.
We're getting closer to the upwind mark, and I guess Team Slovenia will now go straight to the right-hand side ley line, extending or anyways maintaining their lead over Team Japan.
260
That's a lot.
meter lead. All right, Kelly.
That's a lot.
A lot. That's a lot right now. We've seen bigger. Seen bigger today.
Have you seen bigger
we saw
today?
Bigger. Yeah, in the first race we had Antigua, Bermuda with an over 800 meters lead on the second.
It happens with light winds.
So here, Slovenia, look, top left, 437 meters left until we get to the windward mark. Good pressure here on the Japanese boat, which is going off to the right. It looks as though, if you look at the track of that Slovenian boat, they are getting a left-hand shift.
Their bow is really high.
Getting a good lift right there. So, again, we've seen it oscillate. So now this is terrible news for Lithuania. This means that they're going to get a header, and it's just going to put them even further back behind. Good news for Canada, which is on the left. Oh, look at the top left of your screen right there. You just saw that pink buoy in the background. And that is potentially another problematic spot right here, as we will see the teams having to bear away, hoist, and drop the jib all
Look at that.
once.
My guess was wrong. They didn't go straight to ley line. They had another tack before that. Or are they? They are. Are they already on ley line?
They're 200 meters away. I don't think they'd be wanting to put another two tacks in. Oh, they're talking about. Let's listen in here. Let's listen in.
The Genoa is the front, the head sail. No, they're there. They're on ley line. They're going towards that pink buoy.
Right there, yeah.
And they don't have an offset buoy this time, like we've seen already in this competition. So it's the kite goes up, you round, the kite goes up.
Hoist, drop.
Exactly. It's a little bit more difficult if you think about it.
Oh, yeah. Remember how many things we told you had to do on that boat? Well, now you got to do them all at the same time. So let's take a look here as Team Slovenia gets to this pink marker up here. Let's listen in.
They're talking English. They're speaking English. The countdown was definitely in English. Then they probably speak Slovenian, but the countdown, we could understand that. So they've done it. They've done it apparently with no issues. Well done on them.
Yeah, well
they've done
That's
a great regatta.
Very impressive. They just make it look so easy. And when you know. Look at that. What? One boat length?
Yeah.
One boat length. And they've put up the spinnaker
perfectly.
Perfectly. Nothing we can say about this maneuver. It was a perfect hoist on the first time they put the spinnaker up. It was a perfect hoist here on this one. They're doing an excellent job, and that's why they're out in front. So keeping their lead there for Slovenia. And it's still a battle between Japan and Lithuania. These two have been sailing next to one another for now two of the legs. As we get down to the windward mark right here.
This is going to be important.
Yeah, let's see what happens.
Japan is ahead, so he will be the first one executing the maneuver. And we see the kite going up already, and the grinder doing their job. And
spinnaker not too much in the water.
That's okay. I think it was a good job.
Good.
Yeah,
that
was good. Now let's see the jibe coming down. Because that also might hit the water, when the jibe goes down. If you don't pull it in. And now it's a Lithuanian turn.
Yeah, if the jib touches the water, well, it's not as bad as the spinnaker, but but
still.
All right, that's good.
They both did an
clean
amazing
hoist
job.
from everybody there.
Yeah.
I'm really happy to see that Japan have put in a clean hoist. We've seen sort of issues on their boat here in the last few days. So right now they're getting used to that boat. Remember, some of these teams have gone through the qualifying series. Some of them have been here for the last round. Some of them, this is actually the 7th race that they're doing. Team Japan came over here, and they had 1 hour.
Yes, and then 3 races. This is their third race.
This is the third race. So, we gotta cut Japan a break here. They're probably the team with the least amount of hours on this boat. They're currently in 2nd place, so sailing very well, and sometimes, yes, mistakes happen, but look, they're
oh gosh,
this is bad news. So this is a floating anchor, a perfect example of what not to do right here. The spinnaker apparently went out, unfortunately must have just slipped out, so losing a lot of speed as they're coming in here to the windward mark. This is, we've never seen this before. Team Canada, I was just praising about how well I've seen their maneuvers, and maybe I jinxed them. Oh, there it goes right there. That's a Sambuca, ladies and gentlemen. So, trying to perhaps get the spinnaker to go out on the windward side immediately. Perhaps they put it into the water, but a great jibe set, otherwise known as a Sambuca. So, right now, looks like Team Canada are willing to take risks and are going a little further to the right-hand side. Could it be because there's more current?
Okay.
Perhaps. Could it be because there's more current?
It could be, but I wonder why you have to take the risk of a jibe set when you are actually 400 meters behind. And
a little bit too much of a risk, you think, Raquel?
Well, I'm not a risky person. But
yeah, well, I mean, it's a good point. Risk and reward.
In fact, right? I'm here commentating, and they're racing. you gotta be brave to be out there.
If you know what you're talking about, it's because you've already been out there sailing and racing. So, and we need you to explain to everybody the insights. And Raquel has been speaking with all of the sailors on the dock, and we're very excited I can't wait to hear more of the interviews that you're going to do. I know you're going to be out on the water at a certain point.
From next round, yes, absolutely. I'll be your set of eyes on the water.
Yeah, it'll be great. I'm looking forward to that. So we've got a lot more things coming up for you guys and surprises here in the rounds to come. So stick around. It's only going to get better, and we have some epic teams that will be here, and the very best sailers in the world will be coming.
Yeah, some great stuff ahead.
Some really great stuff ahead. Not to say anything bad about what's going on here. Please don't get us wrong. But
no. But we're just started. We have just started.
Yeah, we're just getting warmed up here. So. We're just getting warmed up, and we do expect to have more wind also. That those alizés to really start pumping here within perhaps a week or something like that. So we'll see what happens. But as probably everyone has noticed around the globe, weather is not quite as predictable as it used to be.
Projected results, Jan. Yes, I love those projected results.
Projected results. Go ahead.
So at the moment, and it's before the golden points, the double points tomorrow, but at the moment, Lithuania is still the leader with 10 points, and Slovenia jumped up in 2nd position with 8 points. So at the moment, Lithuania and Slovenia would go forward at the 8th finals, while Team Japan would finish his career here, and Team Canada, they would both need to come back to their country.
If this was the last race.
If this was the last race, but it is not. And tomorrow with double points, we can still. I mean, Canada and Japan still have plenty of possibilities. What's the weather forecast for tomorrow, Jan? I think we're still on the light side.
I think we're still on the light side, and probably it's the same temperature that it's been for the last 2 weeks, which is 25 degrees. Yeah, I think I saw that we may have a little bit more wind. I don't know. You know how it is with
But
weather
still,
and weather
still on the light
forecasts.
side, light spectrum side.
Whatever happens, we'll be out there sailing. So,
I'm sure. These boats are really, really, they have a big window for sailing. They go from 5 knots to 25.
absolutely. And when they get up to 20 knots of wind, it's going to be a spectacle, I tell you.
Oh, they surf down the waves.
They surf down the waves, and there's water coming over
But look
the
at that,
deck.
with just 5 knots of wind, look how fast they're going still already.
Yeah, you're right, absolutely. I mean, look, there's a bow wave coming off of them, and we're just in 5 knots of wind. Just imagine what happens when there's 4 times the amount of wind. So, exciting boats. These boats are just absolutely wonderful. Great to see all these sailors on there. But let me remind you, it's not the boats that interest us here, okay? Because all of the boats are exactly the same. So, and if you look at the lines, I mean, we could take a look. Oh, here goes a jibe right here for our Slovenian team. So as I was saying, all the ropes are absolutely the same. So they're the same color and the same place. So that when each team hops onto the different boats, they're going to find exactly the same setup. And speaking of hopping onto different boats, every single one of the team will be sailing on a different boat. So today they'll be sailing, let's say, on this hull number 6 or something. And tomorrow they'll be on 7. The next day they'll be on 8, etc., and so on and so forth.
It's 4 teams per fleet, per race. It's 4 boats.
Yep.
And on
and each fleet starts at a different time every day.
Exactly.
So not everybody you don't have one fleet starting always in the morning. So that's changing through.
Anything changes. Everybody sails with the same.
We're trying to make it as even as we can, because what really interests us are these guys right here, the sailors. And if all the boats are exactly the same, well, then it all comes down to who is the best sailor, and that's what we want. Because in the end,
it's kind of the Olympic concept, if you think about it.
Yeah, but we're going to have a world champion. We will have the nation's world champion being crowned as we get on the 3rd of December for the finals. So that's totally new. That title does not exist. And we will know who is the best nation in the world. Remember, all these guys that are sailing on these boats have the Slovenian passport.
Yeah, they follow the rules of the Olympics. So to be on the boat, you have to be a Slovenian passport holder. And we're just looking at them, the Slovenian team, just crossing the finish line. Well done on them. They had a good start, thinking about Japan trying to push them out. So they had a very good start, and they kept the lead since the beginning. Look at them.
It is.
They're happy.
Slovenia.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure they're very happy to be putting in this win.
They started
it's been a long time coming.
They started this round with 2 bottom places. Remember that?
Yes.
They had one bottom place. Sorry. Then yesterday they were
absolutely.
second.
I remember saying, I can't believe they're in the last place, because these guys have to. I mean, the resume that is on this. I don't know how many world champions are on this boat. Well, actually, I do know how many there are, but
we even
there's
have a bronze medalist at the World in 470. One of the most difficult regatta ever. I'm talking about Tina Mrak. She's the helmsman. She was the helmsman of the 470 that represented Slovenia at both Rio and London.
Yeah, and Thomas Choppy, on the mainsail. He has 3 Olympic participations. He's 3 times world champion. I mean, there's some serious level on this boat.
And Lithuania is crossing the finish line in second, so they won the duel with Japan, and they're happy because they wanted that extra point.
And they're getting those 3 points, so really good for Lithuania. Yeah, okay, they are probably no longer the top team,
but still.
But they're putting up 3 points, and those 3 points are going to be so important. What a battle between Lithuania and Team Japan. Here comes Team Japan right now. They banged it out on the left. They're coming in hot right now. Look at the heel they've got. So, a lot of speed for Team Japan, perhaps just too little too late. Tough break for them. So they are now in third place. Bringing home 2 points, putting 2 points on the leaderboard. They don't look super pleased about that situation. And look, 2 minutes later, here comes the last team, Team Canada. Tough break for Team Canada. This is the first time we've seen them at the back of the leaderboard. So everything happens. Oh, I just heard protest for Slovenia.
Look on the tape.
Look on the tape. Yep, nope, you can't do that.
What do you think they're complaining about?
I don't know what they're talking about, but what I can tell you is that it is clearly written in the instructions, in the sailing instructions, that you cannot use the videos and the tapes in order to do a protest. So that's
race 3
that's
for
3.
this fleet is over.
I don't know what's happening with that protest situation there. I mean,
and these are the race
perhaps if
results.
we have some information, we'll bring that to you in the next race.
Yes,
for
why not?
the time being, let's take a look here at the race results for this fleet, as we see that Slovenia is leading with Slovenia won 4 points, Lithuania 3, Japan 2, Canada 1. And so now what we'll be able to see is the overall results after 3 races here for fleet number 4.
It was a slightly long race, but not as long as the previous one, so 48 minutes.
There it is, Raquel.
And this is the provisional overall. Like we said, Lithuania is still leading with 11 points. Slovenia is second with 8. Canada has got 6 points, and Japan is closing the fleet with 5 points.
Perfect. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was the second race of the day. We are going to take a small break before we get the next fleet to come out here, and we've got a little clip for you guys on the grinder position.
My name is Facundo. My position in the boat is the grinder. So as a grinder, you are using the coffee, which is basically the engine for the sails, because as we know, the sails for this boat are very, very heavy and really big, and with all the power of the wind, it is really hard to change them and to adjust them. So you are working together with the trimmers to adjust and release the sails with this beauty here.
So my name is Nelson Metro, and I'm grinder on board Team Switzerland. For this role, you have to be heavy and as strong as you can. So there is really big guys on the different teams.
My name is Jens Möller. I'm the grinder here on SSL Team Sweden. Of course, you need to have the muscles when you're grinding, but I think you need to know what's happened when you're taking care of the pillar stall to get the sails in, so you don't smash things, and get the right power and the right trim call, and see what's happening on the course, and be ready every time.
So it's pretty basic how it works. It has a couple of bearings under the floor of the boat, and it's connected with these 2 winches to manage the front sails. Basically by pressing in these 2 buttons, it's connected with starboard winch. Then the same happens with the port winch, and the beauty about this is that it can also be connected to the main sail. During the race, you have to be very aware of what's happening to help pull the sails, because the sails are so heavy.
engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ready for here the third race of the day. I am joined here by Jalise Gordon.
Hello.
Hello from Antigua and Bermuda. So we will have some insights as to your absolutely wonderful win this morning, putting 4 very important points on the leaderboard.
Yes.
But before we go and out on the water and be able to talk, let's take a look here at the different teams that we have out sailing on the water. So top left, it will be Team Austria, the Austrian Eagles, SSL ranked number 19, weighing in at 708 kilos, so pretty light team. Captain of that team is Thomas Zajak. And to the right is Team Chile, the Finnish Terra Sailors, SSL ranked number 25, weighing in also at 709 kilos. So that's a light team there for the captain, Pablo Lorca. Down at the bottom, another light team, Team Malaysia, the Monsoons, SSL ranked number 47, weighing in at 707 kilos. The captain of the team, Megat Daniel. And to the bottom right, they are the heaviest team of this fleet right here, Team Estonia, the Icebreakers, SSL ranked number 31, weighing in at a good 721 kilos for the captain, number 10, Tonu Tonist. And that is for our fleets. Let's now go to the national anthems.
Thank you.
And those were the national anthems of the teams that are out on the water right now. Let's take a look at the team lineup and see who's sailing on the boats. So we're going to go through this relatively quickly here on Team Austria. I will choose one person. It'll be the mid-bow, Tanja Frank. She has a bronze medal at the Olympic Games in the NACRA 17. Moving on to our next team is Team Chile. And here we have as tactician number 9, Felipe Echenique. He was in the has an Olympic participation in a little bit back ago in the 1996 Olympic Games. Moving on to Team Malaysia right here at the helm. Number 8, we have Mohad Alfendi. And he has been 3 times to the Olympic Games. He was in London, Rio, Tokyo in the laser class. Keep moving on to our next team, Team Estonia, right here. And perhaps we'll talk about 2 brothers. One of them is Tonu Tonist, and the other one is Tumas Tonist. Both of them have sailed together and have a silver medal in the Olympic Games in the 470. Tonu is the captain of the team with the number 10. Now, 1 minute and 35 seconds still left to go. Let's take a look at the provisional overall. Right now, as it stands, Chile has 7 points. They're in the lead. Malaysia 6, Estonia 5, Austria 2. This is race number 3, and we are about to get started here in about a little more than 1 minute. Here we see all the boats, and we're on board here with Team Chile as we see Malaysia coming up in the back right now as we are 1 minute away from the start. Boats are jostling for position. So we're seeing a lot of talking right now as we see that the teams are 50 seconds away from the line. So it looks like they have a pretty good distance from the starting line. Now remember, a lot of teams have been getting completely shut out, and Jalis, your team got completely shut out on the start, and that's not the first time it happened, but you guys came back, an unbelievable comeback. We'll talk about that a little bit more. 30 seconds to go. They look like they're a little bit early there, Chile, which is the first boat that you're seeing here. They're the most lured boat. 20 seconds to go. This is going to be really tough. Are they going to have to go back around? Malaysia right now putting on the pressure right there in the middle. They're putting on a big luff for the 2 windward boats of them. This is a good thing for our Team Chile, which is able to bear away. It looks like Malaysia's bearing away. Everybody's getting some speed. A couple more seconds as we go up. Let's take a look here on the race committee. It seems as though that is a good start. So clean start for Team Chile, and as well Malaysia being able to block the 2 other teams. So exciting first start right there. It looks as though we have Team Austria and Austria right now having the attack over as well with Estonia. So right now they have created a split, and it looks like Malaysia as well now is tacking over and going off to the right hand side. And here is Team Chile. And they're talking about the pressure. Looks like Team Chile also is going to tack over and join the other boats. So now everybody on a port tack. Looks like we've got some good wind, good pressure out there right now for all these teams. The boats are going fast and everybody's out hiking. So the wind is come back.
Because of how light it is, it's very important to kind of stay with the fleet, you know, like splitting off and going to one side, unless you're dead set sure there's going to be pressure over there, is kind of risky in these kind of conditions. So I would say that Chile made a really good move here.
Chile did, absolutely. I think that, you know, first of all, they got a good start.
Yeah, that's very important, as we can see.
No pun intended.
No pun intended there.
They got a good start. So what is a good start?
I feel like the most important thing with having a good start is making sure that you have a clear lane. Definitely time and distance is a huge factor, which, as we can see, if you're not very good at timing, having good time and distance to the start, it can either lead to you being over or way under, which happened to us, unfortunately, a couple of times. But we're able to master that today, I think, really well. And it rewarded with us getting a really incredible start off the line. and really good boat speed as well, not having anyone covering you and not getting lead by anyone either.
Yeah, so a couple different things. Being on time.
Yeah.
Having speed.
For sure.
And being able to cross the starting line.
Yeah, that's very important.
Not being on the other side of the race committee boat. And obviously that's the plan for everybody. But there are rules to follow, and it looked like, you know, here we just saw Austria and Estonia getting blocked out by Malaysia. So Malaysia causing a little bit of mayhem over there on the line, but they're allowed to. So, so they were totally in their right to be able to do that.
Yes.
And to get a little bit of an advantage, and at the same time they managed to get Chile to go over onto the left-hand side. Chile being lured at butt on port, means that they couldn't tack, or they were on starboard, pardon me, and they would have tacked on port, so they wouldn't have had the right of way on Malaysia. So Malaysia right there really doing a good job and pushing the opponents off to the right-hand side, pushing Chile to the left. So right now we're seeing Malaysia as our leader, 25 meters, 30 meters right now ahead of Austria for Team Malaysia. Malaysia being tactically really putting in a good move. Oh, look at this right here. So it looks like Chile is passing in front of which boat is that? And they're having passed in front of
Malaysia,
Austria, and behind Malaysia. So passing, so they managed to pass in front of one boat, but then had to duck for the other. So threading the needle right there. Malaysia still in the lead.
And doing really good with boat speed as well. I think that's the most important thing, especially when you're just off the start line. Like, keeping that boat speed is the most important thing.
Yeah, because Chile right now is on a port tack, and we saw that was pretty bumpy ride, right?
Yeah, massive duck.
And how about those waves on a port tack?
They're a bit rough. I think for that, it's not about like going for height at that point. It's more just going for speed, so you can get over the waves pretty efficiently. And then hopefully after they die down, it's usually better on the starboard tack. You can go over them easy, like a lot easier. At least that's what we found when we were racing today.
Yeah, and that's what it looks like here as well. We can see that the swell is sort of, how do you say, off to one hand, off to the right hand side. So the swell is not in the same axis as the wind is on the race course. Oh, it makes it a little bit, right here you see there on the starboard tack, they're just kind of smoothly going over those waves that are coming in from the side, as opposed to when they're on port and they're just slamming into it. So more of a high mode here on a starboard tack as opposed to a low mode on a port tack. We've been talking about these different modes quite a bit these last 2 days, and are we going high mode, low mode, or VMG? And so interesting to find out a little bit about what you've seen out there. And you're a trimmer on the boat for Team Antigua and Bermuda. So it's also one of my favorite positions is being a trimmer. I love to be able to trim the Genoa. I find it such an important role. It's really if your front sail is not well trimmed, then your skipper, he can't do anything.
Yeah, there's not much he can do. Yeah, he's very dependent on both the main and jib trimmer. It's just really crucial. I think it's one of those really crucial rules that helps with driving the boat. And like as you would have mentioned, obviously like there are different modes that you can sail, and I think figuring out which one is best given the conditions is what makes you sail the most efficient.
For sure. And I mean, we're not going to go into the details of exactly how you set one of these sails, but there is a lot to it. And We see the jib track right there on the right-hand side. We don't see it anymore, but that has a lot to do with it. It's not just pulling on the jib sheet or releasing it. You can really change the shape of the sail by moving that up and down, forward and aft, and that's really making a big difference. So it looks like right there we've got the bottom of the sail right there is very, very flat. Look at the Genoa right there. It's up against the shrouds. So they have a very flat bottom right there, which means that they're trying to get a lot of, not as much power, but more of being able to go into a high mode. And they probably have the backside of the sail a little bit more open and making sure they don't close that sail off too much. Now, difficult to see. Obviously, you'd have to be on the boat looking straight up. But that's sort of the impression I get when we're looking at them. So here is the general overview right here for this race number 3 here in for fleet number 1. It looks as though right now is Chile that went off onto the right, which is leading, but watch out, because Malaysia on the bottom of your screen right there, that's Malaysia. Now they are looking like they have a lift. So let's take a look. Malaysia now in second place. Look at the lead of Malaysia. It's just dropping down, 96 meters, 93. And it's just going down and down and down. So I expect to see Malaysia catching up to Chile. Let's see what happens. Malaysia is on a port tack. Chile is on a starboard tack. So we'll see whether Chile manages to cross ahead right here. Very interesting. Malaysia is probably not going to attack. They're going to go behind. Is Chile going to tack over the top of them? Yes, they are.
Smart move.
And there it is. There's a block right there by Team Chile as we are 330 meters away. So a comeback for the Chilean team right there over Malaysia.
Yeah, the right side definitely was paying there. They're able to make really big gains on that side.
Yeah, definitely a huge gain going off on the left-hand side right there for Team Malaysia. So there we are. Now Team Chile has passed. They are making their way over towards the ley line. They haven't gotten there yet. Oh, they're putting in a high mode right there, Team Chile. Putting the pressure on Malaysia. They want to push Malaysia over, because if they can push Malaysia over right now, Malaysia will have to do 2 tacks. And if they do 2 tacks, then that's a big lead right now for Chile. So Chile doing everything they can to luff Malaysia and to make them, they can go all the way head to wind if they wanted to. They are allowed to do that, the Chileans. Look at that. Malaysia knows that they can't tack. If Malaysia tacks, then it's going to be, then they're going in for another 2 tacks behind that. And that, we know, every time they tack, they lose 20 meters. Now they have right here a small advantage. Malaysia now is pushing the Team Chile up to windward. How far are they going to go? Clearly they're going a little bit higher. They're pushing them up. You see they haven't bear way. So this here, there's a big battle right now. We haven't seen this so far. They're going all the way to the top. Now what's going to happen is Malaysia is going to do a big bear away, and they're going to put up their spinnaker. We haven't seen this before. We have not seen the boats keep on going straight up. Are they going? No, it just looks as though the wind had shifted a little bit. I thought they were still clearly on a close haul, going, pushing Chile as high as they can. Here we go with the spinnakers going up. So it's a pretty good spinnaker hoist for both of them. And a good drop. Chile over the top of Malaysia now. So Chile is now putting the pressure on Malaysia. It is a battle out here. Looking like, are we going in for a jibe right here on the Malaysian boat? Looks like a jibe on the Malaysian boat. I don't know what's happening. That spinnaker doesn't, looking like they're having issues. So a lot of pressure here on the Malaysian boat. That was not a very clean jibe right there. difficult jibe as the spinnaker was not full of air.
No, and definitely some housekeeping needs to be done so that future issues with the rope don't occur. Yeah, I think they're going to go off on the left side. Let's see if they make any gains on that. It'll be very interesting to see, considering that the gains were made on that side coming up by Chile.
Yeah, so we see Malaysia right now. We've seen it before as well in the previous round as we got closer and closer to the end. The pressure on that team seems to be affecting them quite a bit. Right there, we saw just I mean, it's not bad, but I mean, we definitely see them, that we'd see the pressure that they have. And as a matter of fact, if you look at the track right there and you follow their little orange dots right there, you see how much they slowed down coming out of that jibe right there. So giving a big advantage now to the Chilean team who managed to keep on going. So all sorts of actions going on up there with Team Malaysia and Team Chile. And as you said, a little housekeeping needs to be done.
Yeah.
They need to calm down and put in some good maneuvers. If they rush it, then it's not going to happen. And that, you know, talking about being calm and stuff, and that's something that I saw you guys this morning as you were sailing. It just seemed to me that you were just so focused. Everybody knew what they were doing. You weren't talking a lot on the boat. I mean, we were listening in to hear what was going on, and there really wasn't much. And the few times there was, it was only the tactician speaking.
Yeah, well, you know what they say, a quiet boat is a fast boat. No, I feel like we had a talk the day before. We knew what we needed to do. You know, the wind is what it is, and going out, we knew that we had one goal in mind. And just simple commands, you know, just say what needs to be done. We all say copy, everything is sorted, and then we just get to work. The important part is focusing on keeping up our boat speed and just making smart tactical maneuvers and just going off of that, and which is what we did and we accomplished today.
Yeah, well, it definitely worked, and you pulled out a huge lead. I don't think we've seen a lead that big so far here in this round. Well, I think it was up to like 800 meters or something. Don't quote me on the numbers, but
hopefully we'll see it tomorrow again with us.
It was just, yeah, I hope so, because tomorrow, the golden day. Tomorrow, remember, ladies and gentlemen, all races count double in points. So really important right now for these teams to put some points on the leaderboard as they come into the racing tomorrow.
Yes.
Because tomorrow is that so important golden day.
Make it or break it.
Make it or break it, exactly. Now, let's take a look here. Oh, looks like Chile has decided to put in a jibe now. So coming back into the center, are we going to see here the Estonians jibing on top of the Chilean boat? Nope, it's looking like they're letting them go. Here we are on board with Team Chile.
Seems like there's a tad bit more pressure out there as well, because when we were sailing, we're all just in the boat, and now it seems like all the guys are up. At least most of them are.
Yeah, I agree. It definitely looks like there's a little more pressure right now. But we have seen that. We saw that in the last round, and we saw that yesterday and the day before. There was a little, not yesterday, sorry, but on the first day, there was a little bit more pressure towards the end of the day. And it seems as though also the wind shifts slightly right. So we'll see now as we get down to the gates. Will we see a change of course? Will we see anything changing? We will hear it because well, we have some really good audio here on these boats, and I am just checking right now to see if I'm getting any information off the water, and it seems as though I have gotten a message. It says maybe a Charlie plus.
Okay.
So we'll see what's happening. There's 7 knots out there, and I can also tell you that as well, we saw it, but for sure it was a clear start. So a hectic start, but a clear start.
Yeah, for sure as the competition goes by, I feel like the starts are going to be a bit more aggressive.
Now, look, Jellies, we've got 2 boats here in the picture. We've got a port and starboard situation. So the boat where we see here in the bottom of the picture, They are a port tack boat. They do not have the right of way. And Malaysia is coming in. There's only 35 meters advantage to the Chilean boat. Will they be able to pass in front, or will Malaysia jibe or pass behind? Looks like Malaysia is now jibing on top of Team Chile.
Might be a little squabble between these two.
This battle continues. We've had each boat has gone off to their side, and they've now met up again. A really strong position for Malaysia right now, casting a wind shadow over the Chilean boat. So Malaysia trying to roll over Chile. We'll see what happens right there. It looks as though the Chilean boat right now is in a high mode, trying to absolutely do everything they can to be able to just stick ahead of that wind shadow. Malaysia bearing down here on the Chilean boat. Looks like Chile is just managing to stay out in front in a high and fast mode. Oh, it looks right now as though the Chilean boat is safe. Wow, there's really nothing in it. And coming into the picture is the Austrians. Will the Austrians jibe now and try to cast a wind shadow over the two other boats? No, it doesn't look like it. Chile decides to jibe. Watch out now, because you've got the Austrian boat, which is above. Don't want to get a wind shadow from these guys. Remember, the Austrian boat still has some speed. Malaysia follows behind it. Looks like now Malaysia is going to be in the wind shadow of the Austrian boat. So, a good comeback from Team Austria, who could potentially roll over Team Chile and Malaysia.
Might have a battle royale.
It's a battle royale. Oh, what's happening over here as we're seeing the Estonians as well coming back into play. As everybody's dropping the spinnaker, this is going to be a crucial moment right now. We cannot see any issues going on. It looks as though there was no room at the mark for Malaysia on the Team Chile, so that's the 3 boat length rule, or will we be seeing something else? Malaysia right now has no speed whatsoever.
Oh.
And yes, that is a protest right there from Malaysia. We will find out what's going on. We will have some information. And look who's coming up behind. It's Austria coming in, full guns blazing right now. So we got 4 boats. Everybody's down at the mark. We've got a protest going on between Malaysia and Chile. We will have more information coming in. And right now we have Austria making a very, very, very late drop. That's very dangerous. And it looks like they're having issues. Austria is having issues with their jib right there. I can see it over on the right-hand side. Spinning halyard problems with Austria. Oh, goodness, Jalise, this is crazy. Oh, looks like there is a penalty, so they did not respect the 3 boat lengths rule. As we got down into it, Malaysia had room at the mark, and now Team Chile has to do a penalty, so that is 1 jibe and 1 tack. So Chile was out in front. They are now relegated to place number 4.
Yeah, and in bad air too. They should probably tack out of that.
Now, this is some action. This is what we've been waiting for all day. This is great. This is a 4-way battle between all these boats. There's nothing in it. Chile right now in 4th place after making a mistake, trying to block Malaysia so that they don't go out. And looks like the Austrian boat right there managed to keep their speed, even though they had a little bit of a problem with the hoist of their jib.
But they got clear air around the mark, which is also super important, so they're able to keep that lane and go really fast. So they're doing a good job of keeping up that boat speed.
Boat speed, you heard it here. Jalise Gordon, trimmer on a boat. She knows what it's all about. It's about boat speed and...
well, boat speed in the right direction. But yeah, both be in the right direction.
Absolutely. Yeah, you definitely want to be going in the right direction. Yeah. Minor detail. All right, leaders right now. Estonia off to the left. Estonia. Oh, great. Estonia coming out of nowhere.
Good bounce back from them.
Yeah, really. They're just like a ghost ship, man. No one saw them coming, and they just cruise right back in there. There have been a couple teams that have done that right now, and you just sort of kind of lose them out of the vision because you're so you're looking at these battles, especially between Chile and Malaysia, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Estonia and Austria just comes out. So let's talk about that Charlie Plus that we were just hearing earlier. We had a couple horns, sound signals that we heard down over at the leeward gate. Looks as though it's a Charlie Plus, so we are at 0.95 nautical miles. That's just under 1.8 kilometers in distance. So it doesn't look as though they have decided that there's no red or green, so just making the race course a little bit longer. And still about 7 knots. So definitely building.
Okay, looks like Estonia's heading back to the left side of the course.
I'm trying to find out exactly what the penalty was. So we'll probably have a little bit of information on that for all you Chileans out there. I will let you know exactly what that penalty was. But from my point of view here, looking at the same pictures you're looking at, it was a no room at the mark situation. So it looks like Malaysia had an overlap as they were coming into the 3 boat lengths. And as most of you know, if you have an overlap, you have to give room at the mark. And apparently they didn't do that. So that's my take on it. But we'll see if we can get some official information about that, or at least information coming off of the water. Now we've got a cross here. It looks as though there's a cross between Estonia and Malaysia. I don't think Estonia can make it. Nope, they cannot. So they're going to have to tack. That's a late tack for
slow tack as well.
A slow and late tack from Estonia right there. So will Estonia be able to pick up enough speed in order to keep that lee bow position? Such an important position right there. Malaysia has got a little bit more speed, so let's see here what happens. The order has been given. Everybody hike.
Yeah, that's really important when you're Malaysian disposition. Just getting the weight out the boat, getting it to point up so you can almost roll over your opponents is super important.
Real tough right here for the Estonian team. Perhaps had they tacked just a little bit before, it would have been easier. In this vantage point right now, it looks like they are managing to keep that lead. They're putting in a high mode. So we'll see what happens with Malaysia. Malaysia right now struggling to keep their position, and they're being forced over. So a very nice positioning there by Estonia, managing to put in a late tack and really get out in front of Malaysia. So great job, as now Team Estonia are our new leaders. And as we look at what's going on out here, we see that the Chilean boat now relegated to 4th place. So tough break for them, 400 meters behind. That 360 just cost them the race.
Yep. In that position, though, you gotta be very mentally fit, you know, to work your way back up, because there's always gains to make, you know. There's always a new race. Each mark is like a new race. So just think about it that way and just sail smart, and you never know. They could probably bounce back like Estonia did.
yeah, that sort of mind state that you have to have. I think that's something you can perhaps explain to everybody, is that, as you were saying, that mind state. Let's just remind everybody that you've already been through the 32nd of the finals. So
yes.
This actually today was your 7th race.
Mm-hmm.
When you came into the 16th of the finals, how did you deal with that, knowing, okay, now I've passed on to the next round? How do you deal with that?
Well, obviously we had some good races, but then we also had some bad races. I feel like it's very important to never be too high on the highs, never be too low on the lows. Like when you have good races, it's still good to go over your material and see what little things you can nitpick out to improve on. And when you have, days where we're not sailing our best, or just things don't go the way we want to, just go over all the mistakes that we've made and, just see how we can adjust and improve on certain things. And I feel like doing that and having still a strong mentality is what led us to be able to, bring home a win today and just improve throughout the entire competition. So just always know there's room for improvement and never be too, down just because something doesn't go the way you want to.
Right. Okay. So trying to keep that emotional roller coaster down to a minimum.
Yes, it's not going to help you. It's not going to help you throughout the competition. So a bad race happens. Just no worries. It happened. Get past it and just move on to the next race.
Yeah. Wow. That's got to be really tough. And while we're on the subject of tough mind games and things like that. We see everybody here pulling really hard, and as we're coming into a bow, into a port and starboard situation again, not only is it a physical game, but it's also a mental game. So, how do you deal with that on the water? Because really, all of a sudden, you'll be put into a difficult situation, or how do you personally deal with that?
Oh yeah, that's true. Especially with light wind sailing, you're no longer dependent on physical fitness. It's definitely mental fitness, which is a huge component for light wind sailing. I think it's just, as I would have mentioned, every leg, I just see every leg as a new race, And I mean, you could win the first leg, which is your first upwind, but you may not win the last one, which is the most important, which is the race at the finish. So just look at every leg as a new race, which is what I look at it. I'm just doing my best in each leg. Okay, let's say you get a bad hoist one leg, it's fine. Get past it, solve the issue, make sure the next leg that doesn't happen. So I feel just trying to keep a calm and level head and just working with your team is the most important thing you can do, especially in these light conditions where it's going to be super trying.
So breaking it down, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Breaking it down into legs, starts, maneuvers, one thing at a time.
Okay, starts, I feel which is I think what we're able to do so well today, which is what we weren't able to do before, is just time and distance and capitalizing on that and knowing where we want to be on the line and just executing it. The whole point of sailing is to not only sail fast or sail the right way fast, but also being able to control the fleet. And I feel we're able to do that very efficiently. So getting off the start line with lots of speed, having really good tacks because they can slow you down tremendously, and good jibes as well. And obviously staying on the right side of the course, which is what we're able to efficiently doing. Going off to the right for sure paid, all the way up to the upwind mark, And then again, just finding that pressure, because it was really difficult, but finding that pressure coming towards the bottom gate, again, picking the right one and just having really clean hoists, really clean drops, which is super important because as we would have seen with other competitors, if your drop isn't good, it can for sure hamper your boat speed, which is everything in a race, more or less.
Well, thank you very much, Jalise. Those are some really great insights and into the mental game, especially from an athlete that's just come off of the water with a win, coming back from 2 losses. So I think, thank you very much for that explanation. And let's take a look here and let's go back and concentrate here as we're getting 120 meters away from the windward mark. Estonia still in the lead. It looks like Austria now has come back and made a whole bunch of good maneuvers. Malaysia now has dropped back down to third. Remember, we should be seeing that pink marker as we have prolonged the race course. We are 60, 70 meters away here, so a couple boat lengths away from getting up to the mark. We should be seeing it any time. There it is. So it's going to be a quick barrelway hoist and then taken down on the jib. So let's take a look at Team Estonia right there. That's a lot of power right there being put. Oh, you could just tell how much power he was putting into that.
Really
good
hoist.
job on Team Estonia. Very good hoist. And a very fast drop on their jib right there. I liked how we saw that on board and the power that that was given on that grinding pedestal.
Malaysia's really close behind. I feel like they're still in the
Yeah, you
can
can feel the intensity. You could just see it on their. So that's the physical part right there we were talking about. Now it's the mental part right here.
Precisely.
Let's sail smart. Let's try not to get taken over, as we just saw Malaysia in the background right there. And Malaysia sailing well also, and I think for them the mental part also is a big thing that they've been working on.
Just to find the pressure on their part and just sail as fast as they can and sail smart and not let what happened previously get to them. You know,
Right.
They're still in the race.
Like you said, right? It's a new start. So now Malaysia has got to forget about that last situation.
And they're still really close, so they still very much have a shot of getting first here.
Yeah, anything could happen. It will probably come down to the line. I mean, look at the distance between Malaysia and the first one. Team Estonia on the top left, only 24 seconds in it. So obviously Austria very close to Estonia. But those three boats right there are in it. Chile, tough break for Chile. Let's listen in. All right, that looks like a good hoist from the Chilean team. Didn't see the drop. I suppose it's good. But they're a ways back there, huh?
Yep.
1 minute and 53 seconds. That's a lot of meters. So right now the battle is here up front for these three boats. Remember, today first place will count for 4 points, a second place for 3 points, and so on and so forth. Tomorrow, first place will count for 8 points. So it's really important right now that these teams set themselves up, line themselves up to get at least 3 or 4 points to be in the first to top 2 boats in order to be able to come in with a chance to be able to beat the others. This could come down to a points difference, a 1 point points difference.
Exactly. Yeah, every point counts.
And look at that, we were just talking about the points. Here it is, the top left, projected results. So currently Estonia is leading this, not only this race, but they're leading this group with 9 points. There's a tie between Chile and Malaysia, so it's a big close battle right there, really important. And then Austria just behind with 5 points. So there's a pretty big gap between Austria and Estonia, right there, 5 and 9. But really, there's the big battle we'll see tomorrow. Perhaps will be between Chile and Malaysia. Unfortunately for Chile, right now they are relegated to place number 4. We see them all the way back there. So tough break for them. Tough break for them. So I've just got confirmation about that Chilean 360. So that was exactly the situation. No room at the mark. They did not give room to Malaysia. And we're given a red flag by the umpire, the judge out on the water. So the judges out there, the jury, we call them the jury here in sailboat racing. The umpires in other sports, these guys are Olympic level umpires. They are very, very correct, very true, very fair, but very tough.
Yes, very tough indeed.
We've seen some penalties being given out, especially because, for example, 360s were not done in time. We've seen them we've seen this bowsprit issue come up several times.
Oh, it happened with Canada just the other day, no?
Yeah, it happened with Canada the other day. Yeah, yeah. They stopped hoisting, and at that point, then the jury just decided, well, you can't do that. So there you go. But I mean, it's very tricky, and it's difficult to see here from the television, and difficult position. But they came back, so yeah. So it was interesting, very interesting. It's always changing.
Looks like Austria's going off on the left here. Well, on the right.
So yeah, Austria just jibed over right now. So Austria thinking, okay, let's go and see what's happening on the right-hand side. Estonia probably deciding to not be the last one to jibe and stay in the middle. There's a good jibe right there from Team Estonia as they put their boat flat. As they are close to that ley line, getting them down now to the finishing line. We are on leg 4, 930 meters to go. Our leaders are Estonia, second place Malaysia, third place Austria, and fourth Chile. Wow, what a battle we have seen.
Looks like Malaysia.
And now what a change of leaders. I mean, it was Chile was first, they're now fourth. Estonia was fourth, they're now first. So, snakes and ladders here for fleet number 1, race number 3. Setting themselves up before we go into tomorrow's golden day. Listening in here on the Estonian boat. Peter Surzin right there on the main that you see him in the middle. 2 times world champion. It's a difficult place to be as a helmsman.
So light.
It's tough. All he wants to do is just luff and get some speed in. They're in a pretty comfortable position right now. If they wanted to, Estonia could luff a little bit and get some speed. So pretty good position in terms of what's going on there with Austria. Now remember, just look at the bottom of your screen. Malaysia is only 10 meters behind Austria. So if Estonia and Austria start battling it out, Malaysia could just come back out of nowhere and steal the win. 560 meters until the finishing line. There's nothing in it right now. It looks like Austria is able to put in a low mode right now.
They're gaining a lot, actually.
They're gaining quite a bit, but they will have to put in a jibe.
That's true. They get some wind out of the jibe.
Austria perhaps right now 2 meters away from taking the lead, but they will have to put in another jibe. Even with a low mode, they won't be able to make the line. Here we go. I think you just saw him put in gear number 3 there on the winch. So they're getting ready to do a jibe, and right now, as you can see right there, Austria is in a low mode. Perhaps they have a little bit more wind as they are gaining on the Estonian team, which is dropping away. Looks like Estonia has less wind. And if we look right now, as it stands right now, we have a three-way tie between Estonia, Chile, and Malaysia with 8 points each. If we finish with Estonia in first place, so we could be seeing a tie, and then it could be anybody's game tomorrow in the golden at the golden day. As we're here, we're only hundreds of meters away from the line. Austria has decided to make a jibe. They're 39 meters ahead, 37, 35, 34. They're on a port tack. Estonia is, Estonia is starboard. Austria is port. Austria has the right of way. And that lead is diminishing. It's going down to 32 meters. It looks like Austria has managed to get out in front of Estonia right now. 37 meters as we go here to the finishing line. Looking like it's going to be, is this going to be a three-way tie with, was it Estonia that needed all two? Here we go, they just crossed the line. So Team Austria managing to come back.
That was a really good job on their part. Very good job. Definitely played their ships going up. Really good strong downwinds. Good hoist, good drops.
That was emotional right there. All sorts of emotion as we see Estonia just in the background right now, having a little bit of issues there with the spinnaker. That won't make a difference right now. And here comes Team Malaysia. Team Malaysia in third place. And to the left of your screen, we're seeing the Chilean teams coming in slowly but surely. So tough break there for the Chilean team, sailing very well aggressively until they broke a rule and they had to do a 360. So very, very tight racing here in this fleet.
Yeah, very rough day for Chile, but it's fine. You know, they have tomorrow to make up for that.
Yeah, rough day for Chile, as you said, but one race at a time, as we were talking about it. And well, that's sailboat racing for you right there.
It is.
It's very exciting. Here we go. We see the Chilean team. They've already got their spinnaker coming down as they cross the line. So yeah, making sure they're getting the boat ready. Making sure they're getting the boat ready here for the next guys to go out there. So let's take a look here at the race results for race number 3 for fleet number 1. So Austria is in fourth place with Austria is in first place with 4 points. Estonia second with 3 points. Malaysia third with 2 points, and Chile first. Now let's take a look here at the provisional overall. Right here you see Chile leading. As a matter of fact, well, they are leading, but there's a three-way tie between Chile, Malaysia, and Estonia. So 8 points each. Austria has 6 points. So that's after 3 races. So tomorrow will be the golden day.
Very intense day for them.
A very intense day. So thank you guys for watching this race number 3 here with us. We'll be right back. But first of all, I want to thank you very much, Jaylise Gordon, which sailing for Antigua, Bermuda as a trimmer. Those were some really insightful information about the psychology state of sailing, which is not just physical. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having me.
You're very welcome. So we're going to take a small break, and we'll be right back.
for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome back, guys. Here we go for the last race of the day. This is going to be an exciting one. Let's take a look at the team comparisons. So here in fleet number 2, on the top left-hand side is Team Finland, the Northern Magic, SSL ranked at number 26, weighing in at 713 kilos, and the team captain is Oskari Muhonen. To the right of that is the Hungarian team, the Shamans, SSL ranked number 13, total weight 727 kilos, so they are the heaviest team out there in this fleet. The team captain is Zambor Berec. On the bottom left is Team Tahiti, the Black Pearls, SSL ranked number 70th, team weight 725, so they're up there on the scale as well. Team captain is Teva Plichard. Bottom right we have Team Bermuda, the Privateers, SSL ranked number 49, weighing in at a 715 kilos, team captain Rockall Evans. Now let's go and take a look at the team national anthems.
Via! Via! Hungaria! Via! Via! Hungaria! Via! Via!
And just before we get out onto the water, we just want to come and say hello to you. So here I have Yasutaka Funazawa, the helmsman from Team Japan that we saw earlier today. So how are you?
Good. Good.
Thank you for coming in here just kind of last minute, but we're very happy to have you and to listen to what you're going to say.
I'm happy to hear.
So, perfect. We got to go move quite quickly here. Let's talk about Finland here. As you see the lineup for Finland, as we only have 4 minutes left, we have Michaela Wolf, which is an Olympic bronze medalist in the 49er class, and of course the captain, Oskari Muhonen. So that is for Team Finland. As we move on with Team Hungary, number 10, Captain Zsombor Berec. She has a silver medal in the Olympic Games as Finn, as well. On the mainsail, we have Marcel Goschlet. He is an Olympian in the 470 class right now. And moving on to Team Tahiti at the helm, Teva Plichard. He is a world and European champion in the match racing, so a lot of experience right there in terms of experience for match racing, which will be very helpful to him. Got a couple other guys on that team, but let's keep it moving here with Bermuda now. Let's talk about the captain here, Rockall Evans, and we also have in the pit Emily Nagel. Emily Nagel is world champion as well in match racing. So world champions, match racing world champions on several boats that are racing out there today. Let's take a look at the overall results. Provisional overall here, as you see, we have had only 2 races here in this fleet. So this is race number 3. Tahiti is in the lead with 7 points, followed by Hungary with 6, Bermuda with 4, Finland down at the bottom with 3. So it'd be really good for Bermuda or Finland to be able to put some points on there. Now remember, it might be tough. Tahiti, except for yesterday, who came in second, has won every single one of their races so far. They've been here since the beginning, since the 32nd of the finals, so they have won 6 races and have come in second place only once. So, Tahiti, a very tough team to beat right there. They were talking about how much pressure they had on their shoulders yesterday, so perhaps that second place has relieved a little bit of pressure. Anyhow, we'll see what's happening. We have only 1 minute and 40 seconds. Yasutaka, this is a very important moment right now before the start. What are you thinking about on your boat?
Yes, wind is not so strong, like 4-5 knots, so very difficult to positioning before 1 minute. Yeah, that makes big difference.
Yeah, how do you find the boats? Are they easy to speed up, or they take a long time?
Easy to speed up, but if you lose the speed, it's not easy to control. Easy to get the speed up. So
yeah. That probably has something to do with the keel, which is actually quite thin. Here we are 1 minute behind. We have seen a lot of teams doing the block maneuvers, and here with Finland, that we see them again trying to block everybody up to windward. It looks as though Bermuda and Tahiti are the ones the furthest outside. Now perhaps they're going to want to come in guns blazing and go right behind the Finnish and Hungarian boat right there. So it'll be interesting. Now 30 seconds to go. It looks like time on distance for both these boats is very good. Only a couple boat lengths underneath. So it looks as though they have decided not to luff as much. Looks like they have a little bit of they've lost a little bit of speed there on the Finnish team. Okay, now they're coming back in. There's a boat coming in hot right there. I think that's Bermuda. Bermuda has got a lot of speed. It looks like Tahiti, time on distance, is getting the committee boat right there. Looks like a very, very nice and even start for 3 boats, as we see 3 boats right there lined up. That's Tahiti all the way at the top. So very nice, clean, fair start race and good speed for all the boats. We haven't seen that so far. It looks like Bermuda right now is living in a tough place.
Yeah, very tight one. Yeah, Bermuda boat between two boats.
Yeah, they're stuck between two boats. Okay, good for them. It looks like the Hungarian boat has tacked over, so leaving room now for Bermuda to be able to tack and get away from the Finnish boat. So we now have two boats going off to the right, two boats going off to the left. We have Tahiti right now in the middle. Tahiti managing to get a very, very good start. Playing a dangerous game though, because we've seen so many boats being just squeezed at that race committee on the start. But right here, there you have it in your picture, Finland and Tahiti right now battling it out. It looks like these are number 1 and number 2 boats. It's a lot of concentration right there. You can see it on the body language of Teva, who is the skipper of this Tahitian boat. You can see when they're in those positions right there, it's very concentrated, trying to feel how the boat is going. So it's very nice as we see the here on here. This is on starboard tack. We see that they're not going against the waves. What's your take on these waves? I mean, between port and starboard.
Big differences between the tacks. So in our races, right-hand side is quite favored. So getting to the left, it's a bit easy because they're not against the waves. So, but the wind quite favor on the right side, so it's quite difficult.
Yeah, difficult.
To choose the course. Yeah.
Difficult to come back to the right.
Yes.
Because you go straight into the waves.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. And how about current? How much does that influence? Have you taken that into consideration yet, or are you just focusing more on the
breeze,
wind?
path? Yeah, it's more important.
And that was finished for 1, 2, 3, I believe. All right, we can tell that there's a pressure onto that boat right there, the Finnish boat. You could just tell. Mikaela right there, she we were seeing her in the image right there. She's the number 6 right there. Wolf, she is a bronze medalist at the Olympic Games. She's a 49er sailor right there. I believe that she has the highest experience, or shall we say the highest medal here on the boat, but don't be fooled. We have several world champions on this boat that are sailing, and if they're not world champions, they've had a silver medal in the world championships. So lots of experience on this Finnish boat, and we've seen Mikaela. We've seen her very, very active on the boat, obviously in a leadership position on that boat. So here it is, the battle between Tahiti and Finland right now, as we're seeing Bermuda off to the right-hand side along with Hungary. So they've decided to go off to that right-hand side. They're now coming back in. Let's see what happens. Remember, there were 3 boats that were the Hungarian boat, the Tahitian boat, and the Finnish boat were all tied off the starting line. We only had Bermuda, which was a little bit stuck. So we see right there Bermuda on the right hand side. I love this image right here. We have all 4 boats in the same image. This is how close it's getting. Tahiti right now on the left hand side is tacking over, so they will be on a starboard tack. Beautiful tack and great teamwork putting that boat down there. Remember, 725 some odd kilos on that boat, getting it flat. So they've got the right of way over the Finnish boat. We'll see what Finland does. Do they pass behind? Yes, they do. So Finland wants to go out to the right-hand side. That was a close one, so we can really tell that they are very, very, very close together. Now, Tahiti going off to the left by themselves. How long are they going to go? Are they going to leave the 3 other boats by themselves? And when they tack, we will see the boats coming back together, and at that point, we will have a very good idea about what's going on out there on the race course. Okay, it looks like lots of discussion right there on this boat. Yep, here we go. Here comes that tack. So Tahiti deciding to not let the 3 other boats leave by themselves. Tactically very, shall we say, a safe decision. Should the right-hand side pay and they're on the left, that could be potentially catastrophic. Let's look right here. We see as the other boats are coming together. Remember, Tahiti managed to pass only with a couple meters in front of Finland, or rather Finland had to duck behind Tahiti. Here comes Tahiti right here with a great picture. As you see right there, you've got all the jury following behind. What is Tahiti gonna do? They're probably gonna go a little bit over and then tack on top of the whole fleet, or are they going to go off to the right again? Are they going to be in sort of a defensive position, or will they attack and keep going off to the right? So it seems as though, as they were coming back together, Tahiti had a small advantage. Perhaps the left is currently paying. But difficult to say. What would you do as a helmsman?
Maybe
such a difficult question.
maybe tacking on the ley line to the top mark. Yeah, the tack is very costful in this right wind.
So costful tacks, perhaps trying to go. You would go a little bit further and go to the ley line, avoid tacking.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Very interesting, as we see here that all the boats are together, and it seems as though they don't mind putting in those tacks right now. It just looks like they're all trying to cover one another, so very interesting. Remember, as we were coming into this group, Tahiti had 7 points, Hungary 6, Bermuda 4, and Finland 3. So very close between Tahiti and Hungary. It's important for Tahiti to try to stay out in front of Hungary. As it stands right now, it looks like Tahiti is in first, and the Hungarian boat is somewhere between 3rd and 4th. It keeps on jumping around. So Hungary needs to beat Tahiti. Tahiti wants to be in front of Hungary. And then there's a battle also between Bermuda and Finland. So right now, Finland has put a 4th place in and a 3rd place in. So right now, Finland really needs to get some points up there on the board. They need to win this race in order to come into the golden day tomorrow with some more points. So crucial that Finland and Bermuda are out in front, and then Tahiti and Hungary will have their own battle. But right now, I mean, there's a
wind
4
shifting
points
to
difference.
left. Yeah, they're attacking.
Okay, here goes Finland now attacking. Let's see how this is gonna pay off with Tahiti. Negative, that was Hungary. That is Hungary in our picture right there. So the top boats that you're seeing on the top left here, not the one that's all the way over where the big ship is, right there, those two boats up there. That is the battle that we have on our hands right now between Tahiti and Finland. If Tahiti stays here, they will even further their lead, becoming once again one of the top dogs here in this 16th of the finals. We are 500 meters away from the first windward mark. We have already seen some incredible battles on the way up. Finland and Tahiti are going at it. And we're seeing Bermuda and Hungary. Now, don't take them out of the picture. We haven't seen them battling quite as close, but I guarantee you, if something goes on in the front between Tahiti and Finland, if one of those two were to get a penalty, they'll be right there and trying to get and move up a spot. Okay, very interesting. I just heard the word jibe in French. So, the discussion right now, 340 meters away from the windward mark, they're already talking about the discussion that they're going to have on the downwind. So it just goes to show right now they're already planning the downwind. So they have a game plan right now for what's going on. It'll be very interesting to see. Will we see a jibe set? Will we see them going off back to the left-hand side? We will just have to wait and find out, as we are 235 meters away from the windward mark. Here comes a jibe now from Finland, trying to get themselves right in front of Bermuda. And we also see attack right here from Tahiti. So Tahiti covering the two other boats, making it very, very, very difficult for Bermuda, which is now getting wind shadowed from two boats. And here comes the Hungarian boat, couple meters behind. They want to go further. They don't want to get into that wind shadow. Oh, there we go, Bermuda, excuse me. Bermuda having to tack over on that bad wind shadow. Look at the speed, look at the pressure right here for Team Tahiti. So tactically tacking on top of everybody has given them a significant advantage as they go around at the windward mark. So first boat here in fleet number 2 is Tahiti with a good lead. They have a good lead over the Finnish boat, which seems to have issues getting to the windward mark. Oh, look at that, so slow, so slow. You can see Michaela just trying to move into the inside of the boat right there, trying to not touch the buoy. Okay, let's go. Let's see what happens here with the Tahitian team. Oh, it looks like they had a little bit of a knot in their spinnaker. Nope, everything's okay. So, spinnaker is up now for Team Tahiti, with a pretty good lead right now over the Finnish boat, as we see even separation. Now let's see what's happening here as they're hoisting the spinnaker. Remember, they have the jury, which is right next to them. The jury being very, 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 very picky about that bowsprit. And oh, they're looking like they're having some issues. The spinnaker is not up. Spinnaker is not up. They're missing a couple meters until it's up. There we go. Okay, now it's all good. All right, well, that's not going to help the Finnish team now. It's in order to be able to catch up Tahiti, they got to watch out for Bermuda, as Bermuda is coming in hot. And it's a good fast hoist from Team Bermuda. And we'll probably see a drop right there from Bermuda. Let's look. As we look in the background here, we have the Hungarian team. We're on board with Hungary. What a fast hoist. Good job. Good hoist. I think probably the fastest ones right now as we saw them going around. And what about these maneuvers? I was looking at Team Japan, and tactically speaking, I think you're sailing very well. It seems to me like it's a little bit harder on the hoisting and all that than that spinnaker. It seems like that's where you've been losing a little bit of distance with the other boats.
Yes. It's very difficult to choose the height, low or high. The pressure is so low.
Yeah.
So now we getting better and better. But
Yeah, it's definitely improved. I've seen from day one, and absolutely. And I think one of the things that you're saying is that when you're so low in those low modes to get down to the buoy, you have practically no pressure in the spinnaker, and so when you release the spinnaker, instead of the spinnaker going out and then able to come back in, well, it just sort of it doesn't have any pressure, so it wraps around the jib, it wraps around everything, and it's hard to put it in, and then it gets wet, and then it gets even worse. And so it's low and high modes make it a little easier to get everything in. Now let's take a look here as the team all goes up at the same time. It wasn't perfectly in sync, but remember this team right here, one of the heavier teams, so they don't need necessarily to have everybody come up at once. Very flat boat. A lot of people up front on this boat. Then we see Taiki Hashesh, number 9. He's the tactician, but right now he's cleaning up the boat. So multitasking right there on that boat. Our leaders currently with a nice lead at 205. There he is, the tactician. Oh, we've seen him move all over the place. Very, very active in his role. He's sort of a floater tactician. He's doing it all. We see a lot of weight forward on that Tahitian boat, really making sure they're picking up the back end of that boat, as right now they are 167 meters ahead. It looks like they are losing meters by the second. The Finnish boat seems to have perhaps a little bit more pressure over on the right hand side. What do you think in this situation here, as we are listening to the onboard? What would you be thinking about? Yes, Taka, what would you be thinking about if you were in this situation right now, just like Finland?
No, it's quite light condition. The pressure is very small. I mean, not so, long. Keeping that pressure is so important, but it's not easy. So very difficult.
Yeah.
Everyone got the chance. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. I mean, okay, it's not easy, but you'd agree that it's the same conditions for everybody. What makes it that one boat can go out, can be in front? Why are we seeing, Tahiti further out in front, for example?
Yes.
What do you think?
I don't know.
It's a difficult question.
It's difficult.
Sorry, I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but it's always, I really like to get the information from the helmsman. I want to remind you guys that Yasutaka here next to me, his last name Funazawa, he is the helmsman on Team Japan that we saw sailing earlier today. So I'm picking his brain a little bit right now. Right now, as it stands for Team Japan, I see that you have 5 points along, and Team Canada has 6. Coming into tomorrow, you're going to have to battle with Team Canada, right?
Yes. Yeah, we have to go up first place.
Yeah.
That makes chance to. Yeah,
absolutely. Tomorrow you need those 8 points right now. I mean, if people are doing all of their calculations, and I'm sure everybody's calculating back home, figuring out what you need to do to get out in front. But for both of you right now in your group, Canada and you, respectively 6 and 5 points. So tomorrow is going to be a big day. You're going to have to get out there and get a win. Now let's go back here. Let's take a look at what's happening. We were seeing Tahiti perhaps had a little bit less pressure, but as we were speaking, it looks like the Finnish and the Hungarian boat just put in a jibe, and here goes Tahiti. So interesting right now. As we have here, we have some match racing specialists on the boat. Another guy on that Tahitian boat, which is a match racer, has a silver medal at the World Championships, is the #1, the bowman. You're seeing him right there with his hat on backwards. That is Jan Rigal, and he right there is also a match racing specialist. So I know from having spoken to him and to Taiki, that they have discussions. They do have some discussions over what's going on. So there's a good discussion back and forth. Obviously, also a great thing is that Jan is in the front of the boat, and so therefore he has a different vantage point. Excuse me. 75-meter lead, 100 meters until we get to the lower gates. Now, typically, this is where we have seen the drama happen. It is crucial for Tahiti to get this straight. Let's go right here into a normal lure drop. Yes, the big barrelway. Look at that. Spinnaker. What? Spinnaker? No, there's no Spinnaker. That was probably one of the fastest I've ever seen those Spinnakers go in. And a nice teamwork, just unbelievable. Yeah, those asymmetrical Spinnakers are quite difficult to put into that hatch. But that big barrelway right there that Teva did really helped them. So here we go. This is another big barrelway right there. They really need to get it inside that boat with the Hungarian boats. Look at the grinders going, pulling into the retrieval line to get that in there. Looking like they're having a little bit of issues right there as you look for the jib sheet. A little late on the jib. So trying to do a late drop right there. Okay, they've still got speed. That's not too bad. They're still in there, but potentially right there, it could have been disastrous as they were having issues putting that Spinnaker in. And now we're seeing, let's see here what's going on with Team Bermuda as they are now arriving at the leeward gates. So they should be putting down their Spinnakers right now. And here we go. Oh, it's difficult for the grinders. They're not able to pull that sail in. Now what happens sometimes is that spinnaker gets into a ball and it has a hard time coming into the boat. So, okay, let's not touch that marker right there. Okay, very good, right. So, good speed right now. Team Bermuda making a pretty clear, clean mark rounding right there. Just a little bit hard to get the spinnaker in. We saw so many teams in the qualifying series go through spinnakers and rip the spinnakers as they really were forcing them down into the hatch. Very good job right now. I have not seen any of those spinnakers with holes. Well, we've seen one so far, but
no, Tahiti and Finland is almost the same position.
Almost the same position as it. Very tight racing between these two. Who would you like to? Which boat would you prefer being? Number 1 or number 2?
I don't know. Now maybe the right side is favor. Maybe the number 1 Finland will be, yeah.
Number 1. So if you could choose a position, number 1. So a little bit further out to the right. Okay, looks like they've just tacked Finland.
Yep.
And if that's happening, then we have a left-hand shift. So Finland went off to the right. We have a left-hand shift. So Team Tahiti being on the left now has gotten a massive advantage out of that. We've gone from a tie to now 50-meter lead for Tahiti, and it is growing. Perhaps now Tahiti, are they going to tack and stay between the mark and the Finnish boat? Look behind Teva right there as we see the tactician completely hanging out outside the boat. I told you that tactician, he was everywhere. I mean, he's hiking as hard as he can. Before he was cleaning the boat, now he's doing tactics, and there he is. So we have some, it just looks like everybody is absolutely fully on it in that race. A great race from this Tahitian boat. Let's not forget that they've won pretty much, except for yesterday, they've won every single one of their races. And yeah, and if I have a little story here about the floater. Her name is Hainiti Mariari. She is the number 11, and just to let you know sort of what is the voyage that these guys have had to go on. She lives on a little atoll which is called Tahaha, and she lives at the point of Fa'ahaha. Yes, that is actually how you pronounce that. And she said that she's had to take a boat to a little town called Rayeta, and then she had to go onto another little boat to get to the capital, to Huahin, and then to Tahiti. And then she flew to Los Angeles, and then to Paris, and then to Madrid, and now she's here in Las Palmas. So this Tahitian team, they're coming off of their tiny little atoll in the Pacific Ocean and having to pretty much cross half of the world. And I'm pretty much guessing for you it was the same story.
We spent 25 hours to be here.
25 hours. 25 hours, and you have sailed, what, 3 times 45 minutes now?
Yeah. Something like that.
Yeah, so you see guys, teams coming from afar to participate in this, the first ever SSL Gold Cup Finals series, the Football World Cup in sailing. And yeah, teams coming from all over the globe. So it was quite funny to get some of these, some of that information that's coming out there. Oh, I've got a couple more stories. I'll save them for later. But it's always interesting to go out and talk with everybody who's out here. And earlier today, if you've been following us, you saw we had Raquel Vitello, who's a sailing journalist, has been working with the SSL now for years, and she's going to be bringing us even more interviews, and she'll be out on the water. So many more things to come here at the SSL Gold Cup as we're just getting started. This is the 16th of the finals. This is day 3. There's 4 days of racing. Tomorrow will be the big day. We're talking about the golden day, the day where everything counts double in points. All races count double in points. So important day today for all of these teams to be able to put themselves up onto the leaderboard right now, as we see here the overview, or how should I say, the drone shot of the Tahitian team, and we do have some young guys as well on this Tahitian team. For example, one of the guys that really impressed me is a 21-year-old Tom Lamotte. He's number 7. He's right there. He's on the mainsail. If you look at some of the other boats, the guys that are on there are guys that have been to the Olympics or what. And now we have a young 21-year-old right there as a mainsail trimmer. So they have their own way of doing things, and they have their own setup, and it looks like it's working, and they are very clean, sailing very clean. I love it. Doing everything he can right there. The tactician Taiki, arms out and everything, getting that boat flat. So 110% right here with our leaders. They are 167 meters out in front of the Finnish team. Finland, which absolutely needs to get points onto the board. Let me remind you, they have only 3 points on the leaderboard right now, as opposed to Tahiti with their 7, Hungary with 6, and Bermuda in the middle with 4. So very important for all of these teams to get up there. Let's take a look here at the Finnish boat. Let's listen in for all of our Finnish fans.
Okei, nyt tulee paine takas, vähän nousee kuulemma. Hyvä game, en tiedä, aika sama. Onks ne leipparilla? On ne. Heitetään niitä vähän linjan yläpuolella. Joo, ne on muuten nostavalla nyt, että jos ne on nolla laskevalla, niin vaan lähinnä vaan.
It seems to me, I mean, I don't understand Finnish, but it definitely seems to me like they're talking about the boat handling and a little bit about the wind that's coming. The order was now given to tack. Very nice tack right there. It needs to be clean. Yeah, so Funazawa, we've seen some teams that have been really dynamic and working together and moving together on the boat. How important is that on the boat?
Yes, of course, wind is very weak, so the acceleration after tack or jibe, so moving together makes big difference to accelerate the boat.
Right, exactly. And I suppose in these light wind conditions, it's even more important, right? As we see light winds. but light winds, ladies and gentlemen. But look at how fast these boats, I mean, these are really racing machines. They're, the mast is over 20 meters tall. They weigh only 3.5 tons. They're entirely made out of carbon. These are racing machines. So here we are at the weather mark, and we still have the whole crew still hiking out right there on Team Tahiti as they go for the second time in a row to the windward mark, as they're taking the lead, and they're going to be putting up their spinnaker for the last time here on this race with, as we see here, bow number 3. Let's take a look here. Jan Rigal up in the front right there holding the spinnaker. And there he goes. He's helping, making sure that spinnaker does not go into the water and making sure that jib comes down. Look at his right foot just standing on just a couple centimeters, probably 5 square centimeters. He's just got enough place to put his toe. Oh, if he falls into the water, oh boy, they will have to go back and get him. So Jan right there, just in balance, on an equilibrium right there, just hanging out at the front of the boat. So that is a really very important position, and I know that we have some guys listening to us. Perhaps we have Raquel's husband Mateo, who's listening in. He's a number 1 specialist right here. He'll be coming into the booth whenever you come here. Don't worry, I'm waiting for you. You're gonna let us know what happens on that number 1 position. Yeah, so number 1 position, a very important position. As Raquel was explaining earlier, it's like being the goalie for a football team or a soccer team, depending on how you say it here, where you are around the world. But all of a sudden, you have to do your action, and if you do it right, well, no goal. If you do it wrong, well, the other team will get the goal, right? So here we go. Last boat is the Hungarian team right here to put up their spinnaker. No, it's not. I'm sorry. The last boat to go around is the Bermudan team, as we're seeing Bermuda in the background right there with a fast hoist right there, but just not getting it filled. It looks like perhaps they have a little bit of an issue. There's Rockall Evans right there, number 10, captain of the team. He's talking about what's happening right there. I believe I can hear Emily Nagel. She, remember, she's a world champion in match racing, so lots of experience. Something's happening. Oh no, what's going on? This is, all right, perhaps just a small little issue right there with the halyard. Okay, so little bit of drama there on the Bermudan boat, as they are the last boat to go around. Bermuda needs to put in some points. This is not going to be helping their situation out here, as they were 3rd on the leaderboard before we started this with 4 points. And Finland is the one that's probably doing the best recovery. They were last in the group with only 3 points, so they were last place boat. But right now, they're moving up, so they're in 2nd place right now for Finland. So it'll be, I'm sure that we will probably get some provisional overalls. We'll see what happens if we get that info and see where they are standing and projected results. There they are. Magically, they appear on the top left-hand side of your screen. Tahiti right now clearly in the lead with 11 points. Hungary with 8. And Finland with 6. Bermuda with 5. So we are seeing a gap, a pretty massive gap between Tahiti and Bermuda right there. 6 points difference after 3 races only.
5 people on the bow.
Wow, look at that. That's a great view. Oh, what will be, and even inside the boat, we have 2 men inside the pit. So a lot of weight up front and a slightly windward. So as very interesting. I was talking with Rob Hemming. He was here the other day, captain of Team Canada. He was telling me, well, it's not just to get the weight to the front to lift the back of the boat out, but essentially it is trying to steer the boat with the weight. So if they can sort of have the boat straighter, flatter, then they'll have less pressure on the rudder and they'll go faster. So all really pulling out all the stops in order to go faster. Oh, here's one question I had for you that I wanted to ask you. You guys sailed with 10 people on your boat.
Because we are light a little bit.
Right. Okay. So it was a question of weight. I figured it might be weight, but I didn't know if it was a tactical choice.
No, it's just because of the weight.
Just because of the weight.
We want to maximize the weight. Under the rule, so it's just became 10 people.
Yeah, absolutely. So maximizing the weight allows you to be able to do a couple different things on the boat. When there's more wind, it allows you to have the boat more planted, shall we say, for a simple explanation. In the maneuvers, you can move the boat a little bit more. And also, you're right, you guys were 10, but you're lighter, so what was the total weight on your boat?
Today it's like 710 around.
710, yeah. Okay, yeah, some of the other teams are sailing with less people and they're up at 725. So 15 kilos. And guys back home, you gotta understand, when everything is so close and exactly the same. Oh, look at the skipper right there, number 3 here on the Hungarian boat.
Elejétől mozgunk, jó? Itt az erő, van benne erő, maradsz lúpa, finom egyfelet.
Look at that body language, that is concentration right there.
Jó, a speed
Unbelievable concentration here on the Hungarian boat. That is the battle right now, as Team Hungary is only a couple of meters, let's say about 40 meters behind Finland. You've seen how fast things can change. So right now, for Hungary, it's a possibility that they could pass in front of Finland. And if they were to do that, remember right now, Hungary has 6 points in the overall standings. So that would put them in a very strong position coming into the golden day tomorrow. 650 meters left here on the last race of the day. The projected results, top left-hand side of your screen. So as it stands right now, Tahiti with 11, Hungary with 8 points, Finland 6, Bermuda 5. But we'll see what happens here as we are getting down and close to the finishing line. 550 meters and counting. A good lead here as we're looking on Tahiti. It looks like the Hungarian boat may have just jibed and is now putting an attack on the Finnish boat. Remember, we're only 400 meters away, so it looks like it's in the bag for Tahiti, but Finland and Hungary, right now, that's where the battle is at. Anything could happen right now. Let's see what's happening. There's a port and starboard situation coming in here on the Finland and Hungary. I have the impression right now Finland will pass in front, and it looks as though here from the 3D, Finland now has just jibed. They are both now on port. There it is on your screen. that boat right behind the Finnish boat. That's the Hungarian boat. Putting some pressure on this boat right there. Only 300 meters away.
This is very difficult situation. Hungary has a good position. They have to dive into the finish line. So under the Hungary has the
advantage.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, exactly. Hungary right now has the advantage, as perhaps we can see real quick on the 3D there, right there. So you see there on a port tack. Okay, Tahiti is going to the finish line. That's not going to be an issue. But here comes the jibe right now from the Finnish team. Hungary is jibing right on top of them. So now casting a wind shadow over Finland. This is going to get down to the wire. There's only 28 meters in it between these two teams. As you can tell, we have the jury. The jury is in between the two boats. So Tahiti right now is going to cross the finish line, and this will be their 6th times that they finish first. Only once have they finished second. There it is, yes! Congratulations, Tahiti! This is the 6th win that they have. Remember, these guys were here since the beginning. Unbelievable. Yeah, they can be happy. They can be happy, but let's go back. Oh, it looks as though Hungary has rolled over Finland. Hungary coming back. Oh, there's some yelling, there's a protest going on, and it's a green flag. It looks as though no rule broken right there. Green flag from the umpire. And there we go, down through the line. That's the finishing pin right there, as we see up to the top of the screen. Oh, you don't see it, but the finishing line is going straight towards the top. And there it is. Oh, nothing in it. 2 seconds. 2 seconds between the Hungarian boat and the Finnish boat. No, Finland needed that second place so bad. And Hungary managing to come back and take the lead. Yes, congratulations. Guys, that is an unbelievable sail. What an attack from Team Hungary to the last moment. It ain't over till it's over. I'm telling you, wow, that was what a race right there. What a way to finish the day, as we are taking a look here, images of Bermuda coming down through the line in 4th place. Just a difficult day out on the water for Team Bermuda. I'm sure they're a little bit frustrated with that. They really needed to put some points up on the board as well. So So, race results. There you have it right there. Tahiti with 4 points, winning here their 6th race out of the 7 they've done, and the 7th one was a 2nd place. Hungary with 3 points, Finland with 2, Bermuda with 1. So let's take a look here at the provisional overall standings. Right now, as it stands, Tahiti with 11 points, Hungary with 9, Bermuda with 5. And that is the provisional for fleet number 2 after 3 races. So I want to thank you very much for having come here into the studio and joining me. And perhaps you could say goodbye and see you tomorrow for the SSL Gold Cup in Japanese.
Okay. どうもありがとう。また明日。ありがとうございます。さようなら。
You heard it right here. Guys, see you tomorrow. Golden day.
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1